The deep engulfment in the hurricane of the tempest. Persecution. I am being persecuted. My medical insurance will be coming to get me. This is where I will be given the reality of enduring harsh living beyond measure, as expected, withdrawing employment, crypts of the insane, determining assurance, in rejection from so-called compensators, in denial of completing a magnum opus, secret life work, grand scale, epic multitude, comforts of housing being sold, roof, bed, clothing, assuring food availability being divested, by being unsanitary, without bathing, grime, dirt tinting my dark flesh, without shaving, the long outgrowing beard untouched, my garment degrading into sheared rags, my reality sinking from scope of reason, my thought bearing overwhelm, in delirium, breaching contact with senseless reality, filled with recurring scenario, institution of environment, particular of humanity, acknowledging roles, visiting criticism, compelling enemies of finance, life security, to reconsider, reflect, decision, eternal scorn, refusal, driving madness, escalating occurrence, food from garbage, home from cart, box, corner of street, continuing longer, will never be. May 30, 2007. Subsistence. Terror. Death is coming to steal me. Waking, fearing. No. The presence of my mother. My family will be together and young. Old, distant, and once and never again. We will live on in spirit. May 31, 2007. Fact. Revealing, in a scientific proof of persecution, in amidst a calamity of mass delusion, cringing the arduous game of devotion and deceit, hollowed meaning, empty compensation, total derision beyond honest testimony. If this is the meaning of life, I feel misplaced. June 1, 2007. Hey, bastards, who wants to spear fight? Matthias crafting roundwood. We have durable shields now. We have tall spears. Our shields are painted. We're pagan warriors. Matthias painted his an awesome-looking Nordic design. I painted mine black with a glowing Thor's hammer, with two opposing white crosses, right side up, inverted, on each side the Mjolnir, and a white pentacle above the Mjolnir emblem. The shields are looking epic. We went to G.I. Joe's Army Surplus in Amvets, purchasing some killer BDU fatigues. Next week we're going to mysterious forest, secluded from pestilent humans. A forest full with waterfall, creek, large trees, boulders. We're planning spear combat training. Activities mighty as hell. Fuck yes. Helse. June 3, 2007. I come from the abyss. And we are one. Certainty of death. Like all and feel. Several times comply. Missing a match. And house. R2. Do good. Simple complacency. Literal transfiguration. See. Several ties and don't be guys. Middle of the earth. And port of Horus. Courage. Twain betax. I enter into riff of suggestancy and corpse. Malor and diction. Sea bulk to rerun. Simple bat taxes. Meringue to be sour. Like all we real. 7 don't be late. Ever to do be grump. Desire. And of all the tie we graft. The cower underbreft. Marina, she can't be bolder dashed. Sin gazing. Power. Stretch. Lip. Ale. Grave e prima. And I continue to the gate. Surrousing grey triumphs. Of blackened shades be drawn. Into the sign of time. Speech on the rise and climb. Puddle of milk. Second I did. Be arcane of what leads. Quack reversal. Severe triumph. Times 2 and again will you not pick up the leave off, sir, lot of land. Arg! June 3, 2007. I care to a fault. Don't be wise. Old you are. I am. Circle the end. Pale casking maker. The caressing will to shine. Having a tomb. Rushing into trap. beats me, the greater fall, more will call. Do you want me to sever the ties with the greatest of the universe? When, in the departure of organizing vividry, do surreptitious colluding, surmounting five-wise franchise, as of death to do your part? It does, this is doing so, as action? For me, a great thing known as alabaster, once dead in the mango grove, called to me, speaking of fortune and lands. To me, it seems as though short stops come calling in wheels of cartridge rugs, seeming ever so stopping into the don't-be-grave well of end time. Ha! Piteous trap, never ends. I go so far into helping of younger yolk, I, the master of blue, charitable yelpings of consummate wraiths of fire. End times. Speak new of old, 7 staves of elder sorcerers, plucking the mittens out of the airs. You're asking me, begulfed, lake of stones, rocks, puddles, rain droplets. Ever you be so kind as to wash dishes for me. I, the strong, will do as I please. Brute, hey man, end this discussion. Change, weak, flower, superb, pretty, sublime, up and away. Sky calling, blue and budding, of rose and petites. Cloud of casket calling. Why say casket? Do be so kind as to say basket. Romance, down and out. Shuffle your courting. Simber and ashes calling. So much calling. Don't be wise, young man. Certain you're hauling. Making of loaf. Each carton of eggs equaling stratic of gild to raft. More of the yodel of children. See to the wanting, nothing more. Won't ever be. Be stronger. Forget this full loss of fee. Never say words of never. Into the brick of fire. Cast a shining spell of magic. I do say this from my subconscious, my clearing of thoughts coming naturally, speaking fastly and making further sense. Clearing of thoughts, repeating words, worms, stopping, hurrying up, continuing. Something good will come of this. Speed, stop, arg, pause of death. Doctor, repent. Welcome to my church. I am your savior. Give gracious call of wonder, yonder youth, bright shining glory. Save thee from this trap of shame. Ha 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 ha. Cross and crucifix, wooden caskets, ground buried in the clampy dirt of stench, reaping fumes of putrefactory, compositing grove of blame of shallow decrees. Image, some pull of lice, mellow, golden hollow, rock of meat, orange of grey, simple mathematic, yellow cast gold, orange cats silver, orange of greet, is, as is, equal sign, spakes thus are of through stratagems of perils, meek ill, bulk of decrees. Pepper und prey, semper fide, secker und apple und bepper und stray, schlackle und chic, mackle und peak, naki und hammock, each cackle and pake, ich schlock, lock ich schluck, schlall und de prempel und de lackli lucklich pronk, arg usch de vivid kaiser, arg und vivid, ik wonk, I vivid konk, und de perkel lake lackle und twonk. Methinketh, stepping stones into the bricks, hall of fame, fortune in telling, prize of grasping, pant underwise. Erg. Till the next time, hex and laugh lily want, pork voodoo prime. June 4, 2007. Being versus representation. Lethargy. Imagine. Welcome your catastrophe. Barbarian. Clearing sense. Wonder your vision seems. June 6, 2007. Futile. Surrender. I am reclining into the mass delusion of pitiable monetary affairs, reaching evaluation of mere insanity on notion of bankruptcy and forfeit of all assets. Indefatigable gratitude casting to medical insurance I so completely sold, of myself, statements, expenditure for protection, guardianship of health, in trust, reciprocating thus, in an act of betrayal, depleting storage, fiscal supply to endless extent, in that forcing defeat, calling off the debt to relieve the unbearable and impossible burden being my only choice, in some for more radical seclusion, hiding from this graceless existence of mine in my relative cohorts, as adapting the means to the end. June 7, 2007. Root of my spirit. In so doing, a collaboration of mental events, resurfacing in acceptable ways, to be so in touch with multiple dimensions of my personal being, in growth, harmony in all stars. One will be in resolution of my dilemma, lest I shall mature clearly in developmental paths, dispersing, stretching with my mind, uncomprehending the encompassing, due to failure in lackluster motive, ethereal agenda and power, in missing the grasping of my core intellect, defeating my time limit, bestowing into the black yonder of cosmic dust, space of mystery and terrifying abomination. Several episodic rants, depleting my will, my passion, fortifying in dismal recognition, echoing in mockery my power, my past action in living completion, seething in tuberculosis of my intellectual faculties, recalling observation of mingling interactions, in disparaging denial, mistrust, fear, cowardice, attaining fundamental heights of incoherence, beyond comprehending my construction in general denial of societal life. There will be more. Suche beschlikkel inu du waverba, slake slukli prima kun verdutheret, escape schlag, grass promises, smikkel ki asinine, Siffel due to Messiah, coming due to Ref Sleekel, Mika Schneck, Nuki Lakti Schnuki Loopdife, Uka Nuka Luka Prim. Sound be your guard. I've had enough this, Adam. Damn it to hell. What is the matter, you little shit? No bias to nine. Goes he Mikla in the chest. Kick the ass, bitch. Little shit. Kid, I hate you, boy. Shit. Kid, the fuck you want, bitch. I stood on the mountain top singing me oh my oh, ha, jambalaya, kid, yeah, fuck. What is it with you kids? I've had enough. I want a word with you. You see, you can't do this thing. You just don't do it. Okay, you want to break me. Don't you test me, shit. I'll break your face. Fuck. Shit. Damn, fuck the want to do, yeah. Whatever, Kals, speak with a case I want to hear. See. Damn. End this shit. Fuck. Damn. Return. No power too strong, no thing too much. In honesty, the strongest remedy being love. Motherly incubation, retreat to the home. Dependence, boldening to my freedom. June 10, 2007. Agony. Paths of Baphomet. Solver coagulating. Coagulator solving. Imagining. Summoning so-called truth. Never to the pure. Increase from the soul there. A play of speech and truth. Same with opposition. To eradicate a plague. To be something. Call to arms, having such. To war, destitute of a liege. Hollow mercenary. Foiled in formation. Speak of the sun. Strengthen. Life. Furthering within the soil. June 11, 2007. Primordial. Denial till reminder, reminiscence. Understanding always. Hidden deep in your mind. Veiled in virtue. Your shroud is uncovering. False representation. Till your enemy's clarity. Cycle of memory, of doubt. Shame. Induction of steel. Bearing your pattern to death. Releasing my burden of perpetual insanity. Spontaneous experiment. Random, pointless, mysterious, short-clip cinema. Deep in the lair, the recluse is to fight, his foe a coward, leaving the mortal to suffer, his frailty and shame, all the while accompanying acquisitive Bach organ fugue, turning and ponder the man who falls into the trap of glowering a particular captured moment of a stowaway, unseen, hidden from the eye of humanity, in all his epic disgust and hate. June 12, 2007. Armageddon Holocaust. Hope has its limit, passing through the successive aeon of corroding conduct, healthful procreating and breeding, civility, humility, into furthering crypt of realizing that the rise sees to its fall, defacing the mask of moral sanguinity, in uncovering the intrinsic filling of predicated set decay and despair, hopelessness, destruction. I was the lone warrior, surfacing through the rubble, deep in the contours of frustration, edged to madness, wars passing abortions, battles of futile retreat, I saw the strong overcome the weak. The weak has gone this time. You had your chance. Storm front and blitzkrieg within. You welcomed your earth. You surrendered. They showed no mercy. Your body is burning. Your skull is on a stake. Your shelters are falling. Your comforts are wrecking. I retrieved a dusted amulet, dirted crown, splintered throne, rotted staff. I attempted my spell to cast, willing history solved. The spirits were great. My will was entranced, paralyzed, overcome. I acquired the knowledge of immortality. My will lasted in formation with the universe objects. My manifest form, in symbol, idea, ensnared in decay, time and space. My energy forever coagulating, lest I be overcome by the abyss. My will acquiring position within the universe, overcoming blackness by the force of the growing, healing, holy guardian angel, in wait and restoration of the wounded hope. I surveyed your ruins. You would wander through in deniable understanding, in so-called confusion, bewilderment, perplexity. You will learn without your walls. You would wait your capture and execution. The strong will survive. You thought in your 1,000-year reign. The weak only doubt. I built my temple with bare hands, invoking guardian spirits, protecting the temple from the impure, the weak. This error I won't want to happen again, though it will. The oath is to break, the vow is split. I warred with the barbarian, along his side in spear and fur, painted in streak of war and might. My dream is envisioned, the image is become, purified in dimension, though not my own. I won't always earn my want. Death claimed my form. I entered the cosmos. You entreated death. I live on. I survived the strong. You mocked, rivaled, competed, opposed. Into cycle, summer and winter, harvest and drought, health and disease. Awareness is the rise. I call upon the angel, guard thee of thine own of cognition. I will it not happen. Should it be too late? The end is negation. You are gone. June 14, 2007. Finale. The past dooms to repeating itself. The Romans' fall has been forgotten. Inventing, weakening, generalizing, so-called liberator. History shrouded in tall tales. Possessed by the fix. Primal forming, feared, shunned. Trace your roots, makers of the error. Respect, thoughts. The hater is your lover. Solving from the dawn. Your end is drawing. You cannot battle yourself. The rise predicts the fall. In the dark, I will remain. Alone. Becoming. The tortoise wins the hare. You will feel your plague. Bearing from your own mind. June 13, 2007. Suffocation. Mein Kampf. My life being a struggle, a deep, vast torment and pestiferous mockery, pitiable from the spirits and ideas of my form's projection, in position and duration. The perpetual cycle of mind-inducing forces to solve my coagulating energy, when in begging plea I will less of this act, asking else of this lunar, desensitizing death plan to my so formidable foes within the pertinent plane realm of my solid state. Optimist. Be not prematurely finishing my fix, not quickly releasing my hold, ending my means. Primer. No casting my will so much, so short. Wipe the fluid, calm the brush. Great being great. My attention, concentration unperturbed, from condition and waking. Your horn is sounding my morning. To be alone. I want to form in peace. Memory. My history covered by a veil, my past lives shrouded by dust. Furthering into form, extracting final occurrence. Only the gateway turns into sand. The forms are a portal. My veil is to let. I see the portrait. The idea is free. June 17, 2007. Tale of the Wizard. Should this be? Am I withering? Oh Lord, drying into an imp? An ugly discarded goblin? Clutching my staff of enchantments, garbing my dark cloak of reclusion, hiding, covering my being, draping, veiling my old face into sanctuary of mysterious nocturnal ways, by the order of the wise descendants of light, summer legends, guardians of philosophers' gold, my charm and potion, my zenith of fright, mistrust, power in this world, obtaining within, the youthful princess, my leading her through the crowding, by the hand, entering into territory of perceiving frowns, glowerings, my blackened shadow creeping through the markets, tiptoeing, suspicious, in seething discouragement by the frightening, careless, irritating townsfolk, my lashing fear, the herd of sheep, my culminating, concentrating mind, trying through the critical, in all-powering effort to escape, shun, evade from judgment, condescendence from the humans, bearing means, synthesis, creation of further crippling, rambling, rhetoric through speech, rushing my funeral procession, my walking to the valley of death, the princess retrieved from the mountain cave by the wizard's circling, the forbidden enchantments, a spell of hushed rumor, old casting into the void, raised by the will of the descendants, summoning her in pristine beauty from the opposing cave with the cloptic quake giants, the princess by my hand, assuring my wizardly soul, empowering me through the congregation of virtue and morality, deniers of the craft, enemies of magic will. I will hold through this field of combat. The mass, wondering of my history, my age-old tales of descending into deep mystical woods, the throng and spinning stories into myth, my greeting and rest with meadow nymphs upon sunset, encountering of woodland gnomes, sprites, and dwarves, seeing too long ago battles of giant trolls, the barren ridges, mountains, returning from the cave of the fire dragon, and carrying in hand the sword of lightning, the shield of angels, the staff of thunder, the grail of the early sages, sealed to time, locked forever in a spell of dispersed charms, lost glowing emeralds, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, in dungeons of black magic, voodoo, skeletons, necromancies, force of pucks and pixies, fairies, pickpocketers and witches, brewing in pale green mushroom cottages, sacks of magic dust and spellbooks of mischievous tricks, snow-covered mountains, freezing caves of frost, ice giants, chilled bats, yetis cracking through encrusting ice blocks, on sight of human life, breathing gusts of flesh-freezing, heart-stopping air, caves of molten fluid, fire giants, volcanic eruptions from floors of hot, blistering igneous rock. I became legend, wanting no more, my immortality peeking through the loquacious epoch. My son, awaiting home the princess, the prince, born through toiling from I and the royal duchess of the court, long ago in my ripe warrior spirit, he, shifting through the spell, the means of the evil witch, the witch appearing to my son, during his quest to message one of the town elders, the corresponding means, wishing the elder greeting by the dawn of the new morning, the wicked witch appearing within the dark woodlands of the night, tempting the prince in his youth to succumbing of rare delectable sweets brought to the witch from travels to the arid desert, my son giving to curiosity, the witch is tempting, morphing the prince into the tiny, ugly croaking frog, to be shaped into the form through infinity, lest he be kissed by the princess of the northern sun. We travelled through the markets, passing through the striped tents of merchants, sellers of foreign rare goods and luxuries, heading onto fields of green grass and blue heavens, entering the dirt paths and surrounding pine, trees of fir, trails of maturing youth and age, seeking of prices, treasuring of tall tales and gigantic regard, my relaxing, relieving being, departing from the crowd, the swarm of insects, and social furthering of humanly pest and plague, making way into the hermit's quest for solitude, quietness, and reflection, our ripening progressing through the woodland labyrinth of direction, mazing of coniferous mystery, forest of secrets, making track into the secret clearing, middle of the deep woods, cottage of fungus, old hags, hocus pocus, out from the steps of the tiny huts, boiling soup of intrigue and enormous iron cauldrons of wonder, churning the goop by large wooden spatulas, sprinkling dust of glittering fantasy, calling upon chants and sayings, rhythm rhymes and poetry, a cottage of white fungus beyond the neighbouring witches and wizards, my frog repeating our arrival upon the stepping of through the door, by venturing from the cave of the wizards circle complete, down the barren mountain, across the mighty grasslands, through the market of folk, creatures, and beings, into the woods, ways of the lonely, regulating hermits of ascetic direction, recrossing the village of the witches, arriving to my stay at the humble cozy hut, crafting of oak, leaf, branch, my frog awaiting his princess, the plucking of the tiny creature, by the frail hands of splendor, the kiss embracing, the clouds appearing through the room, by the will of the gods of justice and redemption, the morphing, shape-shifting form of the frog into that of my human son, the prince, complete, he departing off into the horizons, greeting the ice lands, to rule in harmony and honor as king to the lands of the north, the princess, queen of the northern lands, by his side, into the infinity of control and time, alliance and duty. June 2027. History. Imprisoned in my sordid, incorrigible community of raping, negating oafs, scoundrels, and fruitless effort of accepting, compromising, erring, and welcoming, hesitantly embracing act of false cheer, my comrade futile to my determining enemy, killer of my coming generation, out of fair retribution to my worthless, pointless history, in reminder of dominance, enslavement, the course and eternal failure to complete, resolve, the denier, mocking truce, in relentless, redundant, vain happening of negating, backstabbing, attack, virulence in number, unparalleled strength of family, my individual lone warrior being, fending solely, my so-called fellow guardian, defender of my existence, in retreat, surrender, cowardly submission, fleeing, dispersing into lone subsistence, never again affirming passion, right feeling of unwarranted instigation, agitating exhaustion, entire energy of such meaningless quarreling, in unstoppable succession, occurrence, wreaking ambiguity to my reluctantly weakening will, in continuance of living this recalcitrant, obstinate hell hole of murder, pickpocketing, thievery, this easily, simply reciprocated, conquered war, sustaining, my patience drying, hoping for the coming hero declining, my being watching the near impossible Armageddon, muttering reality of death, wishing revelation of surprise, anticlimactic fantasy, of time, history unfolding in an enlightening tale, the classic man concerning a mistake to befalling doom, completing act, subjugating, conquering fully, in prospecting fortification, sealing becoming apocalypse, being within liberty to pursuance, shelter from crossing, clashing of number, existing in harmony, peace, safe from inevitable discovery, mixture of degree, without ending the late, weakened cast, of immersing into slumber, simple being, absent of cognition, of sensing pain, meaning to agitation, harmony in life, in true rare calling to passionate feeling of peace, understanding, humanity, love of the universe, life of pleasure, unperturbed phenomenon, existence. June 22, 2007. The wise king of the land of ice, ruling the land of ice, in the far hidden north, sitting within tall encapsulating marble hall, in chilling gusts of wind, on the glowing blue frost throne, bedecked in white sapphire emblem, blue shimmering crystal, white jewel crown of the king, anointing his reign of integral justice, meaning in flowing blue robe, draping across the marble floor, the golden staff of absolution, whirling thunderclouds of static energy, lightning power formulating a discharging explosion of fire, the crest of Tutton laced on his breastplate, a portal of wisdom forming an orbit over the throne. The king stared on his throne into the chasm, learning the destiny of his reign, the pantheon of gods morphing into shape, circulating his vision. In a release of the secret seal, his understanding commencing, departing the terrestrial plane, the king ruled the land of ice. You will not retreat, one has been said. You will become. Catapulting fate into the cauldron of Aliakmon, boiling in the spirit of fire, will of Amun-Ra, seal unfolding, connecting in number, spell producing current. Iya Saka, Iya Shaka, Iaho Shako, Iaho Shakso. Stirring determination, formulating into droplets of fire in quantities of 12, the shroud of life bowing at the altar of sacrifice, in courage of the second ibis, the fate returning, sealing a mystic drawing, magic channel, gateway to meaning, a spirit, the king resting his will on the 10th hour of learning. Upon reaching form, state of organ, the king decreeing his love to Isis, goddess of wise yearning. She appeared in form, revealing her light and reflecting image, upon his concentrating portal of Samati. You will understand, she has been said. You will form. Evaporating, washing vision, into blurring fantasy of her being, reflecting his will, concentrating power into staff of controlling, humming wish of holiness. Osiris granting the king's being into the afterworld, upon affirming purity of casting truth, relinquishing body, transcending to cosmos, his idea and ice melting in fire of the sun, his frost thawing into spirit, his northern people entreating arrival, his fire radiating through heaven, shedding light onto his folk. I understand, one has been said, heard across the valleys, mountains, forests. I am becoming. The sky giving way, parting into cleft, assailing lightning, casting fire to soil, quaked land and burning power, releasing land of ice into new beginnings, fertility, growth, flowering, vegetating harvest, his mortality ending, his descendants are elders. King into God, toiling will, searching knowledge, completing, morphing into library of wisdom, eminence sealed, fate has reached, adjudicating, moderating, guiding, setting. The moment is near. His hour has come. June 23, 2007. Lost wisdom. I think I'm going to go off living in a cave. I've come across an article, and after having read it fully, I'm beginning to reevaluate my outlook to the state of its opposites. I've been in line with human morals all along, though I've been close to change, in certain aspects of my refurbishing outlook, in aspects such as artistic representation, image, visual art, in modeling, picturing, and such, but in representation of the old outlook through word, speech, and grammar, I'm elsewhere from this new changing. I will not. Do you understand? That is the fix. Freedom of will, escaping death, without regulation, the becoming problem. Life flourishing is fine, yes, but must be met within regulation, setting, reason. Ugh, dismissing such for so long. I do not want to see man promoting life to no end. Humanity, as I have been feeling all along, is festering drivel, compact sewage of brainless meaning, under aristocratic principles or without. The feeling that I must want to approach pain is the most prominent change in this outlook. But why? Why should I approach pain? This does not make sense to me. I will not receive, I want to project. I will bear pain rather than burden from it. Humanity has not been receiving pain, but they are currently not projecting. Moralism tainting, confusing their strength. I declare civilized man a state of weak autonomy, small-armed, appearing fierce, never solving the barbarian. Or civilized man is big-armed and cowardly? This article was rubbish, really, but the glow shimmering from the idea is attracting me. Oh, I'm the same. I'm always the same, hidden, obscure, objective, incapable of expression, intellect staring my being from subjectivity, on reason of its vanity, futility. Sadhu, guru of yoga, discipline, extraction from material, establishing spirit, withdrawal from pleasure, will, absorbing pain, the harsh, the difficult. Deep logic obtaining dismissal of reception. Help me, somebody, am I misunderstanding logic? I want to leave this trap, this barbarian autonomy, this will, the conclusion always in the affirmative of its purity, truth. Oh, such madness! June 24, 2007. Yesteryear. Note. This being written in the year 2006, telling a description of my early works in writing, hinting the use of compiling the describing writings into book form. It is not completing. This writing being inspiration of the good old days, when speech and thought went careless, untroubled in large complexity, flowing in higher impulse. I am caring further. July 12, 2006. My earliest poems from prior September 2003, that of which I considered worthy, back when my mentality was stronger and colder than Charles Manson or Jeffrey Dahmer. The true gore poems from this period of my writing are by far the most beautiful anything I'd ever written, these of which were elaborated to its fullest extent in absurdly long and complicated sentences based on medical pathology a la vomitorial corpulence, carcass, disgorge, but especially old and archaic medical dictionaries. I remember, especially the ones that were torn up and thrown out, that the sole purpose of these writings were to convey acts of homicide that were to be so gruesome that people would come back to these and read even the first word of one of the poems and automatically vomit, faint, and even die for the truly feeble. I remember at the time concluding that not even the most obscure and extreme gore grind lyrics were as brutal as these long-lost poems, and to this day I still agree. Only 3 remain today, as most were thrown out before a police officer came to my house to search for things in order to declare me mentally insane and have me locked up in a madhouse for the rest of my life. There were also my death poems of November 2003 to April 2004, fortunately of which a large amount survive, of which most are written in a strict verse. Some elaborate in rules of syllables per line used, creating some variety, but the typical stanza will consist of 4 lines, each line 7 syllables long. The source of this was an inspiration by an early Mortician song lyric that used this style, which I thought was akin to barbaric chanting and cannibalistic ritual. This style is the trademark of my poems from that era. The correct way to read these particular poems would sound very baritone, deep and heartless, not a drop of pity. There's no good that ever survives in these poems. It is in these poems as well that I experiment with my first truly satanic ideas, rejecting for the final time the role that Christianity had played in my life. And this category will also contain 4 poems that I had written a year and a half later. The first 3 from October 2005, the 4th from April 2006. When I finally became inspired again to write for this brutal and savage genre, there were also 3 epic love poems with the same strict syllabic technique used by the older poems. These love poems were written from after October 2005, when I decided to elaborate on the ideal romantic experiences with a beautiful woman. I was inspired by the melodies of Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words at the time, as well as the wonderful song titles. Other sources for this inspiration also came from German romantic poetry, most notably Goethe, as well as simply enjoying reading about Robert Schumann's love for Clara, and also by deciding to write something new, in this case, the absolute opposite of what I had been previously writing for the past several years. I think the first of these love poems, Memories of Love, is a prototype to the third and final of these poems, Blue-Eyed Nymph by the Stream. The second of the set, A Tale of the Wandering Norsemen, is spawned from inspirations entirely separate from the other 2. There were several experiments in free verse, which, when read correctly, will remind you of the influence early Bathory had on me, especially Under the Sign of the Black Mark, in Blood, Fire, Death's lyric execution, and even a slight trace of Cannibal Corpse's eaten back to life lyric execution. Though, however different the topics of those songs may be to this third category, mostly which were my earliest inspirations of Friedrich Nietzsche and Arthur Schopenhauer's philosophies. In the bulk of the book, some 30 or so articles composed at the beginning of the 2006 year and ending it up until now, consisting from topics of individuality, eccentricity, and genius, the futility of the modern bourgeoisie, basically which are the timid conservatives of today, Republicans and the equivalents of these people in other countries. I discuss my thoughts on women, the general problems with number systems, my thoughts on infinite universes, sleep and astral traveling, black metal evil and the similarities between Dead, Euronymous, Varg, and I, thoughts on classical asceticism and discipline, racial problems, an article written the night after I witnessed practically my whole town flooded with racist Mexicans polluting an entire street, running in front of cars and waving their foreign, obscure flags. I still have nightmares about this day on March 28, 2006, and how I hadn't been blasting my stereo loud enough with the Horst Wetzel lead at the time, or how I hadn't taped a swastika blood banner flag to the hood of my car after I had seen these racist enemies with the red, white, and green flag do just that. I remember on May 1, 2006, the day of this racist rally rumored to be even bigger than the March 28th idiocy. I was so prepared that I actually walked into my college that day with swastikas in clear view drawn on both my hands, not to mention that the morning before I left, I even considered drawing a large swastika on my forehead, but instead went along with the drawings on hands, not to mention my usual Iron Cross and Confederate flag emblems on my biker jackets, as well as driving around with all sorts of Third Reich and Confederate marches blasting at full volume. So when you read the article from March 28, 2006, You can see the utter hopelessness and depression in my voice. These articles also include my thoughts on ideal love and marriage, on living in independence from society in the woods and mountains, on climate, botany, flora, gardening, nature versus man. There are even 2 humorous joke articles in the style of Emperor Joshua Norton I of America. There will also be articles on my differences of modern life, or how I belong to the distant class-based past, an article on racial science a la Gobineau, as well as my theories on the ancient astronauts from Sirius, as well as a mini autobiography on my early adolescence. There's also a well-satisfying amount of excerpts from my unfinished novel that I had written in October 2001 till April 2002. This novel was practically my first major work, but as was typical of my large, seemingly unending ambitions back in those days, others at the time mostly being musical compositions. I think I simply became worn out on the 234th page and never wrote another word in it again. As months went by and became years, I matured and knew it would be futile to complete it. The excerpts I included might give the reader a sense that there wasn't any fiction to it. It was just a bunch of ideas about science and death, etc. This book's plot and characters are completely laughable, as I, at the time, was reading nothing but Crichton and had pretty no much other influence on or by any true great fiction writers. The results as I had read the actual story parts of my novel today, are not worthy to be read. But in this novel are some very strange ideas and tangents about psychology, quantum physics, time travel, religion, genetic advancement, greatness of genius, illusions and the animated characteristics of reality, etc. And I decided to include some of the parts of the novel that focus on some of these topics, as well as to give you a glimpse of my truly obvious choice of words that I grew accustomed to use at the time, because I was sick of the people my age around me, and desperately wanted to grow apart from them, proving their idiocy and unreasonable cheeriness. July 12, 2006. Note: more youthful, happy, subjective writing, conveying healthful emotion, dynamic intrigue, the meaning of the wording being of early music development, change and occurring of my youthful being, from populaire to recluse, Christian to human, evil to political, political to philosophical, further in a state of morphing. July 6, 2006. On my early adolescence. Oh, the days of my early adolescence. Absolute asinine insanity. I used to spend large amounts of hours in my laboratory, locked away from human contact, devising the most brutal music, lyrics, and song titles possible, not to mention concocting potions and conducting bizarre human experiments, though the latter is not the purpose of this statement. The point of this is that, thanks to environmental triggers of the time that set off my genetically inherited adapting skills, which came directly from my demented father, I truly spiraled down into the utter depths of the most bizarre case of schizophrenia, not to mention throughout these early ages of me, 12 through 15. There were points throughout those times that I became inflicted with all of what others would like to label as the 3 major schizophrenias: paranoia, catatonia, and hebephrenia. I think these disorders were a result of the wretched family, friend, school, and community environments that I was in at the time, and I had resorted to intellectualizing and rationalizing every second of my existence. The result, a development and emboldening of a genius mind to its utmost level, though others who knew nothing about why I thought at this level, or simply what I thought about, ended labeling me as purely deranged and psychotic. This statement is simply because I happened to find recently some of my old cobweb-covered mysterious writings of a particular time in my life when I was 15 years of age that I feel nowadays helps recall just exactly how I was existing at the time. I remember back when I was perhaps 10 or 11 that ever since my first visit to a CD store, more specifically Sam Goody, with my mother and as well as my brother, I recall coming across some albums by a band called Cannibal Corpse, whose album covers and song titles, etc., that we had looked at and felt disgusted by, had to have been the most frightening thing I had seen in my life. I remember the same night when we were home watching a movie. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. One must remember that I had been a deeply religious Christian up until the age of 16. Anyhow, the first bands I would listen to would be Sugar Ray, particularly the Floored album, perhaps, which is where I began to pursue modern music that stood out from the totally boring and happy Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera jargon that had been existing at the time. Soon, I would sell that album because my parents thought it was too much for my age at the time. Later, I would begin to listen to bands which are Christian ska bands, even the Supertones, as well as music that I thought was so awesome at the time, which I particularly remember I had grown to like at a church camping trip to the Mammoth Mountains. DC Talk, songs like Jesus Freak, particularly I remember thinking was the most intense and insane music at the time. That is the point. I had always had a passion for things, in this case, music that would make others want to listen in on out of sheer curiosity and fear. But I remember one fine day, I believe I was in 7th grade at the time, that one of my lifelong friends would tell me that DC Talk, Switchfoot, etc. were nothing, and that there was this band that existed playing totally crazy and screaming music, which was payable on death. I bought their Fundamental Elements of Southtown album, and at the time was blown away by it. In fact, being such an Orthodox Christian, I came to believe that this music was impossible to be considered religious, lest heavenly. I remember I would soon buy their earlier albums, Brown, and especially Snuff the Punk, which I became obsessed over because I thought the music, and especially the album cover, was so intense and extreme. In the Snuff the Punk sleeve, there was a catalog showing some of the hardcore bands for sale, particularly Nailed Promise and especially the Living Is Our Example compilation. This is the turning point in my modern music interests. It is when I had bought this compilation from a Christian store that sold these kinds of albums, and listened to a particular track by a band on the album called Within. The song name, which was Behind the Mask. No longer had I thought even POD was extreme anymore. It was this new kind of vocal technique that I was introduced to by Within's song that quite possibly gave me nightmares. Later it had me coming back for more, once the shock value went away. It was then on that I searched for all sorts of bands with this vocal technique, and the results were Point of Recognition, Mind Rage, Hospital, whose album Stare I was completely obsessed over, for out of all of these bands, Hospital's music towered. And then it was one day I was talking to another friend of mine who mentioned Mortification. This band was so mysterious to me, and out of all the bands I previously listened to, it was this band's name even that annihilated even Hospital in extremity. I remember I was on the old Napster, and I had downloaded some of Mortification's songs. Blood Sacrifice, Bathed in Blood, Satan's Doom, Butchered Mutilation, to name a few. I was absolutely shocked. How could this band be considered Christian? The music I remember most notably from Post Momentary Affliction, Human Condition. I heard the opening. I laughed the most I ever had until that point. Is it physically possible for a drummer to play that fast? Then the vocals on Satan's Doom, or Bathed in Blood. This low-pitched growling technique I decided was absolutely ideal over the high-pitched. At the time, I would think that the Christian bands would only do the high-pitched screaming, never ventured into the abyss of the low-pitched growls, that of which is exactly what Satan would prefer. But then I came across on this Napster there was an obvious Christian music collection that I came across, which had this very bizarre and quite possibly the most extreme song title that I ever heard before, even worse than Cannibal Corpse. The band was Vomitorial Corpulence. The song title was Malignant Canker's Brain Feast and Tumorous Cerebral Beverage of the Cranium. I delayed downloading it and listening to it at the time, because my first impressions of it was that the song would be nothing but snuff sound clips, and being such an unaware and especially adolescent Christian, it seemed that if I were to download it, I would actually be committing a sin as wretched as murder. But I downloaded it after gaining enough courage, and when I listened to it, it made me laugh in a mixture of denial, joy, and fear, for I had found my new favorite band. I think it was at this point that I no longer had any fears of Cannibal Corpse, for I knew that even moral, angelic Christians were just as capable as being the most morbid, pathological cannibals as Cannibal Corpse was. Not to mention, Vomitorial Corpulence's songs outweighed Cannibal Corpse's in brutality, extremity, etc. My brother had burned an album of some Cannibal Corpse songs, like Hammer Smashed Face, Born in a Casket, She Was Asking for It, Devoured by Vermin, as well as some cattle decapitation songs. I first listened to this, and was now convinced that this music is not as bad as I thought it used to be, when I bought my first Cannibal Corpse album, Bloodthirst, as well as Cattle Decapitation's To Serve Man. I read the actual lyrics for the first time. Being a Christian ever since I was in preschool, I became kind of indifferent now to everything moral and good. I remember I told my mother that I would prefer to sell these albums and get rid of them, for I felt that like I had become possessed with demons by them. Then, for a while, I remember I became the most extreme Christian I had ever been. This is when, if you recall the first paragraph of this writing, I had been coming up with song titles, drawing album covers, improvising brutal music, mostly via the mind's ear. And it was when the band I had at the time of January 2003, which means I was 15 at the time and in 10th grade. The band's name I invented, Transmogrification. You can completely infer how influenced I was by mortification at the time. Even the band title was similar. I came up with 30 or so song titles, many of which were taken and elaborated into actual poems, most of which, unfortunately, had been thrown away and don't exist anymore, because my parents were trying to find ways to send me back to a mental ward. But since I came across the actual writing of these song titles just the other day, I've been so inspired by how extreme I previously had been. Nowadays, I think of myself as extreme, but my early adolescence completely dominates. The album, 666 beats per minute. Some of the song titles: Roasted, Toasted, Oven-Baked Satanists. Satanist lit on fire and exploded into flames. Shredded, gutted Buddhist idol worshipper. Female witch taken and eaten alive by Christian cannibals. Crucifixion of a mangled satanic corpse devoured in a pit of maggots. Unlawful necroptic feast of satanic bodies in a chapel. Eaten by a Christian. Holocaust proclamation on all religious followers. The burner of churches was burnt on the altar. I hadn't realized until now that I was a Christian cannibal. I remember my mind was pretty much the same until the middle of my junior year of high school, when my friend who I would hang out with at the time had mentioned Adolf Hitler's book, Mein Kampf. I guess it was my stepfather's interest in the Second World War, always describing things about the Holocaust and what the National Socialists did to the Semites and homosexuals, etc., which eventually began to look attractive to me at this point in the 11th grade, for my mind had already blown away the average person's concept of what the most horrid abomination or the most disgusting act would be described as. Now, when I began reading Die Führer's tome, things finally began to fall into place. This evil for evil's sake began to disintegrate and become replaced by evil for logic's sake. I wrote an 11-page pamphlet entitled On the Necessary Establishment of the Autocratic Principle in Ruling Authority, which nowadays I will read and laugh, for it was so amateur and novice. But it was when I attempted to write a new revised edition several months later, when I learned more about this Weltanschauung I had discovered, the writing which was entitled My Universally Forbidden Plan, which was funny when I think back, for I would always be writing it in the school library's computers, unaware that the monitor of the computers, a black man, would end up sending me to the assistant principal's office because of it. Later in my senior year in English, we had to write in journals responses to philosophical questions where we were given the opportunity to speak what we believed in. Of course, during this time I was quite possibly the living reincarnation of Adolf Hitler in regards to his doctrine, his ideology and passion in writing and speaking. So when these journals were written, I was again sent to the front office, where this time there was a meeting of all of the school's top authority, including others as well, 3 assistant principals, several of the school counselors, 3 or 4 obscure psychologists, my father even. Of course, I was completely furious because of this, for I knew that this America guaranteed free speech or whatever, but at first they just tried to point out that I might be homicidal, referring basically to 1 or 2 sentences out of the 7 or 8 whole pages of writing. But of course I knew they had sent me to this meeting subconsciously to try to disprove anything National Socialist or Fascist related, being that they were just simple-minded Republicans or Democrats, etc., all of which agreed on equality, freedom, pity, etc., things that made me feel disgusted and weak. Over the course of my summer vacation from 11th to 12th grade, I had for a while been able to find something modern that I could relate to, which was the National Socialist movement. Unfortunately, my connection to it was via the internet. But anyhow, I had been on that forum until about the end of my 12th year of school. And during those times, I finally was able to converse with like-minded people, instead of always resorting to either reading old, archaic books, or writing things by myself to be read only by myself. It was here that I was introduced to all sorts of authors of the past, especially Friedrich Nietzsche, but others were Richard Wagner, Count Arthur de Gobineau, Senator Theodor Bilbo, Arthur Schopenhauer, Immanuel Kant, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, etc. I was slowly pulling myself out of my premature stage of absolute evil without a cause, and now clarifying all these things which had driven me to the point of insanity earlier. I changed quite a bit religiously. In fact, I think it was here that I never reached a level of religion again that I had in the past, but I still looked at things with spiritual eye. but especially reading so much from Nietzsche, the will to power, the anti-Christ, beyond good and evil, thus spoke Zarathustra, etc., as I was able to finally see that this good I had embraced before put no regards of consideration for rank, in regards to race, sex, mostly from the New Testament, and other things besides recognition of rank, such as no recognition for power, strength of mind, pride, love, warrior mentality, self-valuing, i.e. thinking of yourself as great and genius. I was opening up to new religions, like Greek and Roman, but especially Norse, Asatru, which connected to me the most, for I found such a relevance of it in Wagner's Ring cycle. I think it was at this time, at the end of my 12th year, that I had become quite confident and informed with my state of mind and thoughts. Therefore I calmed down a bit and became more hidden from the sight of others in regards to making them feel so scared but curious of me. I believe I finally grew up during the summer of my 12th grade year to my first semester of college. From that point onward, I matured to what I am today, though every once in a while, if I'm really stressed from my family or community, then I will regress to that mentality of my previous years, especially in regards to death and horror. Anyhow, I realize I started out writing this to share with whomever reads my song titles I had recently found that I come up with in late 2002. Looks like it turned out to be similar to an autobiography. I think the explanation of my early adolescence was worth it. Writing all of this helps me realize how much I've progressed over the past 7 or 8 years. July 6, 2006. I summon Ye. The warrior stands alone. I'm whirling in deep chasms of vibrant, unveiling consciousness. June 26, 2007. Calling upon immortals, revealing through sound within resting time, ascribing amplitude, frequency, volume. I discovered acquainting, bolting to my relationship with unknown spirits, in my dwelling, on passing time and reflection, tapping of rhythm, the forms revealing themselves through heavenly tone of E, static ring presenting on a condition of dissatisfaction, impatience, feeling critical, appraisal of my tapping, rhythm, the godly beings figuring of goodwill, intention. In increasing days, continuing the production of my rhythm to the gods, reverential offering, intending to please, satisfy, I nullified my contract with the gods, leaving myself free to be as I am, without condition to sustain pleasure, free of separate states, ideas. I will understand the meaning, revealing the name of the gods, of breed, caste, character, position through space, time, duration. I'm subject to the chiefs, issue to the gods of music, art, pleasure, satisfaction, fulfillment, ecstasy, euphoria, heaven. June 28, 2007. Conquest. Went to Lake Hodges today, taking some photos. They're kind of gay, but what the hey, fuck you. They're pretty epic, I think. When I was walking through the forest, some vultures were swarming around me. Haha. I was pretty heated from the day's temp. I brought a lot of water. I settled down, meditating for a while in the forest. I came across a path I hadn't noticed before. I went through it, regardless of the poison oak sign. I came into really neat woodland areas. So secluded and desolate. A lot of animals were out today. I didn't see coyotes or rattlesnakes, but some really fat, tubby bumblebees were buzzing by me, giving me the creeps. Oh well, anyway, I like to think of today as really majestic, special. The sun was setting on the walk back. So many birds were chirping. Oh, and there were so few people out. I came across little less than a dozen. The day was really special. So fuck yeah, the day's complete, over and out. Mystic. June 25, 27. Idea. Notice of my capture. For those particular mortals who have been conspiring for my removal to the cold and desolate wastelands of the polar north, intending the stripping of myself of garb to sackcloth, planning the managing of my daily nutrition within the bare intake of meagerly available plants, worms, mosses, maggots, surrounding the barren terrain, procuring only the most rare relinquishment of melting water, struggling for fire in the cold, windy, frost-ridden badlands. My urge for satisfaction finally met in the most detestable solution of reciprocated backstabbed friendship. My position will not waver. This writing being for the ones in contestant dispute of my struggle to peace, happiness, harmony. Only the wake are deaf. Confession. within scope of advancing pessimistic outlook, in finding friendship, particularly a woman, as well being an understanding, connection, interest. Common exchange in actuality being memorable repetition, banal dismissing an outcome, to the herd, sheep, projecting search, retrieval of my own desire, one character fix, verging on laughing edge, in promoting my withering, dying idea, ranging into further fringe of subjection, being stricken in attraction to Tom Gabriel Warrior's might, strong, cold, pessimistic approach, noting relation of interest to me, anointing bond of empirical experience, observation in between ourselves, dispersing relative vision of the strong and usage to attract, spell, charm, earn following, gaining rare relief in a cold, pitiable world, impressing, astonishing, showing, lost simple, appearance, outlook, making procession into arrival upon the chosen one, in strength, helpless depth, pondering, woman of fantasy, receiving, ending in sight, truth uncovering. June 29, 2007. Love is lost, futile. As a human, I may never know love. Sealed is communication, if only to speak, wanting dissent, gathering my bond, my human destiny, lone procession into the unknown. Materialist, lost you are. Where's your being? Into the abyss, inner path, complex substance, extrapolation, withered from sense, light once seen, knowing mystery, sealed my mind, locked to sage. Open the gate, feel your curse. You will grasp, see your pain. I am your strength, deny your will. Calling on death, you will fear. Spent is form, away is time. Order of divine reflection. July 1, 27. Lone warrior. Does anyone exist? Everyone in this world has gone. I am a lone combatant, struggling for knowledge in this horror. I am beginning to see reality as nothing but my mind. July 1, 27. Hacksaw decapitation. Pure reason, abstraction, lost in time, mental experience, welcoming your moral, physical, material. You're free to the supposing will, impulsing your present, denying consequence, effect. Every pleasure has its fee, pain. You will not regard. You are locked into the past, insight, foresight, vacant of knowledge. Your kind will not see. You will not act, set to annihilation by your enemy. You will not hear him coming, vaginal, impotent of strength. Your man becomes woman, free to escape, hide, shelter from inevitable death, cowardly, embracing the mass, love, life, covering, fear, reality, the strong, weak, sheltered from truth, instigating power, shield from right, cower under knowledge, enforced by pain, covered in paint, modified in lift, swarming in flock, discarding effect. Feel the terror, rampant fury, defend denial, refusing sight, empty will, repeated cast, ending space, depleted force. I will be your death. I am your reality. Learn to gain your strength. You will greet my truth. Shit and filth is what you are. You're rotting every day. Abstract knowledge recognized. Vanity and futile mask. Slowly tied down to the table. Quivering, you understand. Collective pain through all your time. Hacksaw through your neck will grind. Blood is flowing. Scream in tears. This is your first pain and last. Homicidal rage controlled. Feasting on your parts to fill. Empty-headed brood is done. Open mind meets your request. Ugh! July 2, 27. I'm a peasant, in poverty, shunning the light of joy. Your mistaken optimism, blinding me into the grounds. You will not know reality. You will not try. You will not pull your own weight. I have grasped your mind into inquisitive doom, screeching into the night, writhing in the coffin. I'm dark among the lanterns. Light is through me, my nocturnal vampiric howling, begging in the corners to unknown spirits, from forbidden religions, knowing torment, and pledged to secret knowledge, cowering in the soul of the crucifix. My flesh will melt in the presence of all light, expulsing your dream, mortifying through blood, my pale countenance festering in disease, ridding of your joy, groaning in discipline, boiling in keeps of renunciation, cringing in dawn of mornings, your attempt to save my mutilating, from my obedience to the oath. I rasp at your frailty, hissing into your mind, invoking your curse, reciting your doom. Death will be real. I summon thee upon your spirit. Sex magic. Love as being, grasping vision, illuminating energy by will, increasing, deepening, growing, strengthening, erecting, in rank, in ascetic effort, rigor, a plateau reaches, the flowing, clarity, deepest knowledge, lapse of reason, shock of astrology, an orgasm, the return of cognition, consciousness, Vishnu's plateau rescinding, energy accumulation solves, wisdom fills with will, planting seed of creation, generation, generating bond, sharing marriage, connection, sacredness, pact, seal of spirits, sex within man and woman, white magic as such, rite of offering, ritual of blessing, invocation of goodwill, sacrament of luck, affirmation, sanctity, love under will. July 3, 2007. Succession. So basically, I'm becoming immortal. I will soon be God. July 4, 2007. Leathercraft. The objective, to craft the most metal outfits, a mighty costume of true warriors. Basically, I'll be going to work on crafting a suit of leather body, the vein of warriors to Megatherion era outfits. Literally over black sleeveless shirt will be arm-length bracers, shoulder pads, 2 winding belts connecting to a central metal ring. All components I will handcraft with nickel studs. Expect a steel Viking helmet, a bladed, feathered banded spear, and either a new painted wooden shield or the same sorcery shield, except glued together. Matthias and I spear fighting, his spear thrust with such force as to splinter the entire shield in 2 pieces. So yes, expect my working on the outfit of the gods. Seize the day. Hail victory. Adam Patrick Mystic. July 9, 2007. Despairing vision. Bludgeoning doom to fertility. I will not let them seize my throne. Truce. And amidst a growing recognition of an imminent downfall, a recollecting realization of the pertinent grasps of knowledge, amongst so sordid a permutations of sickly luster to human fabrications, so-called, sitting myself extorted from maddening human eyes, conferencing surrender to the sterile, I will prevail. Trapped in the abyss of minimum statements, to the good, noble intention, present yourself. I beg of you to break my curse. July 11, 2007. Ritual magic. I was a magician within the Ostilio Temple of the Golden Aura. My being old in human form, grey eyes, white flowing beard of age, garbed in white draping robe amid scarlet stripes, donning the master practitioner wizard hat, white crescent moons, golden suns, black Saturns, hanging from stringed laces around my neck, pentacle amulets, consecrated in holy oil, my hazel azalea wand, painted at the upper tip in white celestial wishing, enchanting the mother goddess of wisdom, Binishfa of the birds, black at the lower tip in terrestrial longing, enchanted to father god of power, Hokvixenu of the lions. I practiced my ritual, opening the seal to the goddess of mystery, beauty, darkness, wind, and frost. I readied my spirit for the invoking of moon goddess Mershvanafana upon my altar. Stepping upon the white cloth altar, my chalk in hand, drawing the circle of protective magic, drawing to the air of the east of the triangle sacred to the numbers 3, 6, and 10, directing of guardian angels to protect thine from maleficent demons of Coronzon's abyss, for beyond the unity of 3, the morality of 4, the 3 triangle tips adorned with the sealing marks of Gabriel, Michael, and Luca, my stepping into the circle completed upon my prayers to the circle's holy consecration. Upon the altar, the top adorned with blue and white flowers, mint-scented incense burning in the thurible of steel, chanting my prayer, reciting my good intention, my summoning, O beloved goddess Mershvanafana upon me, encountering her spirit, energy from the north, blue coolness, the air, Jupiter's tone, Venus's will, in the zodiac of Aquarius, her Kabbalistic knowledge, emanations of Bina, listening to her sounds of the oceans to the west, sending me a sapphire crystal from her will. I prayed her farewell, bidding her into her ice lands, upon the cold northern oceans, full of covered secret beauty, thawing upon the centaur's fire, revealing a green and yellow harvest, fertile in soil, the beauty of her lands most high, cherishing upon departing from a northwestern energy, encountering one of the 72 forms of Solomon in my granted misleading will, the many-headed warrior upon crocodile confronting me, offering me reward through trickery, deception, folding my arms upon my chest, my amulets, the spirit cast into the vortex of the triangle of guardian angels. I traveled the astral planes into Saturn's realm, learning the seal to the cursed demon, applying the mark to the east, wielding my sulfuric sword into the design, vanquishing the energy from my surrounding. I opened my eyes. The ritual was complete. July 12, 2007. Eternal humanity. I'll keep time in mind, strength by effort, history, vision. My wisdom, memory will be held. I'll have no remorse for the small-minded weakling, cheater, shortcutter of pleasure, egoistic thinker of vain freedom. Your culture is consuming. Your air will be gone with your self-love. I'll keep distance from your plastic herd, your absolute thoughts. Your man is perfect mediocrity, perfectly anti-nature, anti-reality. Your illusion is eternal humanity. I will disfigure your life. I will break through your wall. I will be your master of death. You will seek my wisdom. I will kill your altruism. Abominable machinistic sludge creamifier of human fakes. Mutilating, incalcitrating, castration-able bowel rupturement through machete-spliced spinal tendons and cochlear removal by blood-spattered fists with nails, scapulating through buttock flesh, squishing through corn-infested feces and in through diarrheal fluid, covered succulent vaginal walls of menstrual blood. You will learn death. Your negating death has fermented an aberration, slowly producing rabid bestial frenzying upon your feeble, futile, grace-loving, believing corpse. No death will be enough. Your humanity is infinity. July 12, 2007. Delirium. Midnight pension. Utter delirium, reckless confusion amid palpitational disturbances, nervously scorned of rejection and unprepared, unwanted extrapolation. Effort. Some are deciphering more unattainable, intangential creations of deep subconscious correspondences, affiliations in holy science and secret wisdom, fantasying within my pre-slumbering dreams, thoughts upon relative connections between ideas, objects and subjects, symbols and senses. I have note of all matter rotating in connection within the cosmos of universal phenomenon. Everything is relevant. To find meaning within the galaxy, it has been utmost apparent that the inequality of matter, if only your vision will come, finding my symbolical sensual holds, of all things matter, mind, and blending of these things. I will be condemned. I will also hold through to never surrender or give in. July 13, 2007. Music. Due observation, much remembering of such unusual creation, music incensing significant vibrations and energy, through airy motion, and waves inheriting the mind, on further recollecting of quiet, secret, fearful music, conscious of praising audiences, as well as shaming ones, leaving familiar, known, common sound, rhythm, time, favoring great stretches of multitudinous voicing, segregating from relation, protracting an integral foundation, departing tonality into the bearing moment of epitomic worry, waking tension, returning in place to recall the subject, releasing comfort, invoking further memory and nostalgic love, cognition-less being. Practice, finding a deep studying, experimenting in an abyss of true wonder, bold steps into an unknown terrain, in discovery by the own, tonal efforts to brave voyaging. In addition, within susceptible feeling, the prone subject of reminiscing wisdom, innocent gentility, upon waking, rising into cognition, affirming, granting uncommon, rare harmonies so beautiful, so benevolent, struggling to protect these sounds from misplaced sourcing, in preserving potency without end, such tones reasoning descent into the womb of pure, powerful, mystic, unknowing, secrecy to purify, ripening to fruition, as well, futility of pleasure, intellectual partisanship, subjection, vain feeling, ever so severe, affirming truth and meaningful strength, determinable honesty, projecting such will to love, found, sits, in mythical setting of connected duality, odd, even, 1. July 15, 2007. Sitting upon the mountain top, I simplified. I travelled far. I also continued. There was no end. I'm coming. July 14, 2007. Into the abyss. Impetuous, color-wielding Philistine, channeling distorted flame, beyond comprehension and legend, waiting for you, coming. Staring to the abyss. Your abyss is frosted. Seeds are cold, willing to thaw, or are you willing? Commencing your ego, covering connection, running until you're last, until you have lost your freedom. Growing ugly, we love your ugliness, reeking of decay, we yearn for more. Upon their might, seizing you of little fear, inducting your will, falsity at a height, screaming to the chasm, enter the subconscious, ever so morbid, feeling your nightmare, your death, the entrance prolonged to your fruition, your additional number, contrasting, your origin, melting into harmony. Waiting so long for your becoming, maturing so slowly. 1 becoming, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1 being, abyss. Ain, 1, 2, 3. You will be the last to harmonize. July 15, 2007. Creation. The past consisting of man corresponding to astronauts. From the Sirius star, creator of man's races, walking upon the earth, planetary plates forming in differentiation from reality of my moment, and the still to come, the generating races among the master, stone-cutting monolith, megalithic statue, totem pole of rock, races of man burning in fiery spirit of life, strong, powerful, tall, intelligent, advanced beings from the past, dissolving through course of time and history, becoming to state of less potent, weaker peoples, becoming primitive or moral in intellect, detaching from epic origin. 12 Tesla utility poles, in part of global grid, with incredible electromagnetic power as energy source to astronautical machine, flying vehicle, saucer device, radio. The power source structures source to waxing civilization, Atlantis being epicenter, highest level of functioning powerhouse, as well as Stonehenge, Egypt, the Great Pyramids, West Africa, Algeria in Sahara Desert Mountains, Zimbabwe, India, New Delhi Pillar, rust-free iron alloy, better quality than metal urges able to produce in my presence, Russia, Pacific Ocean south of Japan, buried monolith, Australia, Ayers Rock, Easter Island, opposing position from Indian power structure, the 2 monoliths ever high in electromagnetic power, location in Inca civilization, Brazil, as well Canada, near cradles of civilization being stoneworked in grid-like pattern, prehistoric atomic holocaust occurring by astronauts as nuclear war, exemplified desert terrain in Australia, African Sahara, South America, feeling of enormous explosion, as movement of Earth in alignment with Sun, harmonious in orbit, sustaining life, water, fertility, advancing early Indian traveling in Americas, foundation points, ejecting spot by the astronauts, the Indian traveling south to north, rather from north to south, not even arrowhead finding in Canada, referring to Incas, advanced progenitors of the Indian, early Hopi, Anastasi, Cahokia mound builders, far advanced from Indians of Old West era, power grid civilizations containing congruence building technique, high knowledge of math, astronomy, burial, belief, story of an advanced civilization appearing, to mysteriously disappearing at grid positions. Stone Age being advanced, without primitivism. Age human gods walking upon Earth. Cradles of civilization generating on world grid positions. Atlantis as ancestor to Egypt, Inca. Amazon previously advanced, road, park and grid-like pattern. ancient rusting stone cutter of megalithic rock, transported same as Amazonian. Once fertile Greenlands, wasteland from atomic explosion near grids. Crop circle in rural farmland, astronaut coming by, leaving pattern in examining advanced course. India, magic carpet advanced technology, learning from the astronauts, report of nuclear wars in Bhagavad Gita, origin of man's races, bearing in connection to astronauts, transporting from the star, as creating from the master, landing to planet Earth, experiment in neglecting, completing, July 1627. Existentially entering the chasm, dark dissonance, ravaging among palpable profusions of deep, endless ocean, betwixt inside a dark, infinite chasm, beyond reason, without doubting, for my seeking an island of remorseless benefaction. Does one such exist? My honest harmony through a flood of streaming thoughts, finding such a promulgation of submitting my tyranny, my woe to benevolent amalgamation, containing a profound romantic warrior. Intrusion, incessant denial, acute and disorienting position, bolstering subjectively competitive thought, peremptorily tearing through my void, upon haphazard eagerness to win the trophy of vain confidence, a scandalizing leper prone to simplistic destruction, cringed remaining among the destitute hares of shallow desire, rather intellect, keeping it a steady course, how far until I will lose my sanity? July 1727. Lone hero. A visionary idea so strong, so surviving, having entered a state of magnanimous shockwave electricity, static ray lightning, thunderstorm eruption, grueling destruction cyclone, submitting myself into confidential, covert operated anthropomorphic surgery, transforming my state of being into mutagenetic cyborg, a bionic claw gripper, sewed onto atomic mutant form, electromagnetic vision, scoping out evacuating prey, tracking hapless victims to anatomical evaporation, protoplasmic fusion dispenser, giant steel plate leggings, indestructible shimmering shield of power, heels of crushing reverberation, inflicting gamma rays of death harbinging emasculation, sunglassed, studded, leather-jacketed, chained Robocop, vibrating, glowing, apocalyptic incineration through immortality. They will be warned. Haptogenetic, scapulating, power defensive, encapsulation, abomination, disintegration, obliteration. World War, declaration, absolution. Death will be real. July 19, 2007. No more. I'm going to embark in cryogenetically freezing myself in an ice chamber, there remaining, capturing, stationing in time, deadlocking for aeons, not to be releasing to the fantasy, a vast heretical realization of shifting proposition, transitioning and metamorphosed conduct, a brought reality into visions of simplistic objectification, having taken place, durations, aeons, changes of prolapsing a great age, time passing by in effortless demeanor, into the crypts of reflection. I will remain in my chamber to the end of the cycle, commencing fresh, released anew, a lapping of blossoming, eclectic surrounding, thirst-quenching harvest. My life, diligently fruitful, in passing harmony of a new race of beings, beyond the physical, in appearance stricken, within promising keeps of ultra-monadic foundation, in a thing of itself. An ongoing life, cycle of profound animal-like barbarization, greeting the steel across the bottomless abyss, fathoming of darkness, reaching insight. I will be strong. July 18, 2007. Astronomy. A glistening, shimmering star, an ultimate encapsulation of momentary energy, collected by a bellowing, gigantic center of light, remaining debris of a moment gone so far, into an expounding boundary of cataclysmic abyss, entitling position amidst a cosmic array of settling matter, a system of solar bodies revolving in planetary motion, communicating socially geometric orbits, around a cascading sonic cornucopia of mind-setting, visually casting nebula of celestial beings. In a deep study, insight formulating connection, bearing a terrestrial relevance of the heavens, mind ascending to the spheres, obtaining the wisdom of a whole idea, by knowing of planetary cosmic existence, rewarded by astrology, given the seal of Saturn. 1, 2, 3. Point, bearing, one-dimensional being. Neptune, Uranus, Saturn. Existential father, child, mother. Godhead, crown, Lord, youth. Abyss of reason, 4, 5, 6. Line, cause, means, two-dimensional. Will, going, space, time, departing, casting. Jupiter, Mars, sun. Terrestrial will, intellect, man. Nature, experience, transcendent, sun. Abyss of passion, 7, 8, 9. Circumference, effect, end. Three-dimensional, intellect going, space, time, arriving, restoring. Venus, Mercury, moon. Celestial will, intellect, woman. Nature, nurture, knowledge, humanic, daughter. Planetary bodies revolving in a gained depth of position, and astronomic knowledge of physics, property in relation to senses, of ideas. Being a star, governing a system, correlating independent symbology. Planets within a threshold of gravity, cosmic rotation of celestial and sociable orbits, to orbit of galaxies. The universe, July 23, 27. Representation of an idea, being presented upon a soothing current pulsating rush, channeling massive pulling, pushing, flowing deep blue wonder. A visionary creator sits, eyeing his embodiment, toil, and pain, lustering a tempting moment of his bleak acquittal, gazing upon moonlight to furnish his morbid desire, continuing a course into the nether world of hard-making beings, creators of tears and effort. July 25, 27. Promoting an art form. 3 new photos. The cycling of the armor in progress. Arm-length bracers nearing completion, now needing stud designs, possibly gold, and finger rings for the tips of the bracers for clutching firm the leather. I went with the shoe polish for the coloring. As I cut them into shape as tan brown, I threaded the braces together with sinew laces. After the braces will be next the body harness, which will be 4 belts forming around the arms, connecting to 2 metal rings, one in the back and one in the front. This will be punched and studded as well. So much owing to Warrior's developing taste, sense in art, vision, presentation. Where budget prevails, I'll purchase a steel Viking helmet, as well as an authentic barbarian spear, as well as a mead horn in which I'll latch on by thread, connecting to a sash belt. Yes, I'll walk the block publicly displaying my art. Seize the day. Strong. July 22, 27. Doom. A falling, decaying will, dying, decreasing love, dawning, birthing and higher, horrifying realization, an impending nightmare, approaching, inescapable, the clutch of the master mass, beholding an eternity. But more will come. July 26, 27. Waking, entering into a trap. An idea, one flowing so simplistically, connectively, above my projection. Now cast into perplexing dynamic labyrinth of faceless imagery, locked in a maze of endless pursuance, introduced into a lost pathway, fumbling, searching for the hidden key. There will be an answer. Death, claiming my shell, uniting with the free, brave, powerful, bold cosmos. A solving equation. July 27, 27. Correspondences between stars and planets. Astrological existence. Decisive imperial correspondence. A star with a celestial faction, ruling a question, declaring through a division of impending action, waiting upon a will to state. Entering a galaxy, sensing a multitude of responses, hostile and placid. Throughout browsing through a channel, crossing an opening system. A sitting power, in a placated landscape of harmonious reflection, amidst a profusing stream of self-absorbed thought, participating bodies, welcoming and cautious, wary and confident, a wandering mind reaping an award, whether harmful or benevolent. Upon entry, a plethora of emotion, communicating interaction in infinite lightness, luminescence, in relation to a bold planetary body, questioning correspondence, community, sensing disdain, in imminent condescension, a defensive arm consequently shielding an angular position in direction to the dissonance, an arm of life, entreating in motion, affirming a sword of lightning, besieging the arbitrator of pain, tempting evaluation to dismantle, responding in affirmation, reconvening consonant harmony, the equation answering and coagulating solution, existing in benevolent resolution, corresponding between planetary subjects and starry objects, affirming relative knowledge, observation of good, strong intention to exist in life, scaling upon result, rewarding consequence, whether negation or position. July 27. Presenting meaning, duty, and will. Bedecking a blackened tea, nocturnal depth, a haunting imminent focal points, towering body, form, structure. Two sleeves cut off by sharpened knife, independent of intellect, craftsmanship, well-being, punking uninitiating eyes, garbed in camouflage fatigue trousers, representing militancy, spurring to action, strong affirmation, self-working recovery, overcoming obstacle, struggle, a dark studded belt, stars amidst the universe, glistening upon a healthful waist, shining in self-sublimity, content, achievement, observing cowardice, jealousy of degrade, black military boots, declaring control, height, masculine discipline, echoing quakes of steepening resonance, dominating, authoritarian, leading a vision through struggle, a bolt link stashing across the chest, weaponry supply, alerting assault, preparing for chaos, war, loss of civilizing control, a buckled leather belt sashing across opposition, designating a target to fear, shun, cancel association of strength, victory, wealth, a multitude of necklaces draping before the chest and abdomen, stating of adept knowledge to magic, sorcery, wizardry, divination, a pantacle pendant, a Mjolnir symbol, family, and abounding custom, folklore, a human white willing upright cross, blending together and forming powers with the inhuman black willing inverted cross, procreating fusion, multiplying power, seizing succession, a barbed wire chain linking across the chest, stratifying mortification of weakness, short spanning pleasure, cheating path to the cosmos, small mind, shallow triviality, two bracers, studded black leather, crossing upright and down, humanity, inhumanity, together in the power of one, mysticism and Satanism, uniting opposing knowledge, the bracers protruding, magnified wrist profundity, intensity, stars glistening in safe secret knowledge of study, proficiency, four blackened bands, two on each upper arm, coiling serpentine trickery, confusing, advantaging weakness, morality, strong life denial, dawning shaded yawning glasses, circular, mystic, secret, transcendent, calm, collective, renunciating, keeper of wisdom, library of succession, prosperity, rich statements, long flowing hair, age and worth, becoming and understanding, majesty of form, epic germinating prize reward, blackened paints, above and below the eyes of matter, appearance, dying, withering, death, a cycle of life, regarding, memorizing pain of being, nothingness, attainment, rotting, putrefying, consideration, recalling a fear of the human, the weak, the shallow, the lost, appearing such an outfit, costume, representation, visionary presence, remembering objection from life, collection from impulsion, slow, massive, time-destroying, space-denouncing, honoring life, company, cooperating, refusing denial, death, boredom, pain, unifying suggestion, life, craving, pleasure, knocking down agony of intellect, trapped to madness, disadvantage, weakness, exploring power, secrets, tales, discoveries, light. July 29, 27. Pure return. Ensconced in a labyrinthine voyage in the darkest abyss, I am profusely confounded by a multitude of visions, sounds, and intellects, pleading mercilessly to comprehend and emerge satisfactorily to my seal trap, a surrounding cosmic nebula of universal waiting and standing. July 30, 27. innocence and wrath, seething. August 1, 2007. Additional warning: human. Do, act, discover. No negating from knowledge. Life being vanity. Will as naught. Know, understand, feel. No hoping, praying, wishing. Be a sage, not a slave. Honor, rejoice, be proud. No begging, thanking, pleading mercy. Your time is nearing. August 1, 2007. I have been sickened by morality long enough. I want you to not approach me with a smile, intention, thought, especially human outlook, and you know what I mean by human. I'm becoming furious as a consequence in continual confrontation with the material ego in redemption from stupidity. I'm pleased in my current remoteness, seclusion from the Christian or the near totality of my intellectual association. Otherwise I'll lose my sanity completely. I'm going to reflect, understanding, and fortifying even further my light amidst the phantasmagorical vortex within my darkest surrounding abyss of terrestrial molestation. August 1, 2007. A brave warrior. A dark, sensually powerful warrior, iconically impressed by amongst a loquacious fluctuating of conscious impotence and jealous packing, venturing intensely through a myriad of enlighteners, spiritual thinkers, scoping attentively, vigilantly, strengthening a purpose, crystallizing an understanding, meaning of power. August 1, 2007. An awakening. I've already begun understanding everything through visions in my mind, since perhaps summer of 2001, at 13, 14, when I was incarcerated for so long a period of time in a hospital, later a treatment facility, for an impossibly severe case of depression, self-mutilation, suicidal intention, ideation, and other things of a destructive fatalistic nature, that reality had dawned on me so, that my parents being so incredibly stubborn to accept, that my wanting to deny so harsh my reality, that after continuously failing to attempts to come home elsewhere, to a healthy home, away from abuse and miscommunication, to be an orphan, adopted child of a fostering family, in the failure of this, knowing I would be going back to the same hell that brought me here, i.e. the hospital institutions, understanding my growing futility in becoming a successful concert pianist, I did not know of my reality or help, save heaven from physical and especially mental torments, so that I burst with intellectual activity, denying my most passionate and harsh reality, and I would look into high states of intellectual rank, claiming at the time a believable IQ of 200, even 230, just absorbing myself in the writing of never-ending, incredible epic writings and stories on science, medicine, quantum physics, time travel, relativity, genius mind modifications via surgeries, and escaping into the confines of the imagination by increasingly harsher and stronger states or styles of music, modern and classical, so that my growing shell in denial of my depression, fortified in harsh and brutal states, by coming across death metal albums at 10 or 11 years old in a shop, my later influencing aspirations to write stronger, colder lyrics, poems, and song titles, most prominently the era beginning at age 15, lasting until the age of 17, escaping into pure pathological gore grind splattercore, although infinite times more exaggerated than other entities from the scene, so that my slow realizing of my state, my beginning to understand life and my parents' corruption of it, via denial and cold-blooded moralism, how I would reenact and represent this moralism in response via National Socialism and fascist speeches and rhetoric, merging into philosophy once I exited that state of association with my parents, and understanding and to clarifying all this will to be the strong, to survive and understanding, simplifying, uncovering. But whereas I would have called myself before evil, Satanist, serial killer, ultra-conservative, Republican, National Socialist, fascist, cannibal, dictator, Confederate, aristocrat, king, pagan, Viking, hermit, recluse, adventurer from the end of 2006 until February or so of 2007, one of the most recent states of idealistic vision, barbarian, etc. This symbolization representation is a major aspect of my state of mind. For so long a time have I been doing this, in reflection or in sensation, i.e. in the crowd, in communication, engagement and socialization, that I am approaching mastery of this conversing and discussing into incommunicable symbols, states, and visions. I am symbolizing ideas and concepts into representations, appearances, and portraits. After a while, this had begun to affect my speech. My long labyrinthine sentences of the past, in regards to my formal speech and writing, ending around June, July of 2006, which those days I so ardently miss, wish I could go back to be clear and effortlessly flowing. Though I know I won't return, these sentences were processed into a haze of quieting, lessening, in occurrence and frequency, soon after a horrible realization befell me, that of the meaning of words, relevance, necessity, and significance of a chosen few or number, and the needlessness of retaining other modern half-words, condoning a subtraction from speech and letter. To compensate following pain, I either pretended to listen or escaped to my lair to reflect, the latter being most frequent. The main point of this writing and of what I am trying to say is that I so much wish I knew a humanitarian, naive, and moral life without strength, without evil, inhumanity, or better yet, if I knew of a life transcendent of either one, with strength, however, and that this, and I know that this exists, but if I were a part of it, to be so much more joyful, the better affecting and affirming strong my will to live, whereas my particular life experience affirms my will, my knowledge to remain strong, and transcendent of weakness, death, and suicide, and strong moralism, inhumanity, evil, logic, but to be strong, that not as just that, but powerfully important, as is a strong state of vision in itself. August 3, 2007. All that remains is void, but a speck of dust. Oh love, where are you? I'm growing coarser. August 3, 2007. Void of stillness. Complete. I'm now a black metal warrior. August 3, 2007. I'm going on a Badlands expedition tomorrow, waking up at 0300 to meet up at Tor's village, where a bulldozer warrior combat of highest military caliber awaits. We are going to trek the searing, flesh-liquefying desert to reach the land of oak and creek for apocalyptic, dam-shattering spear fights, basically into the rush. Ugh! August 4, 2007. A void of stillness. Coming home from a long journey from the wilderness, entering sleep, enveloping a morbid dream, orbiting an incredibly deep, drowsy slumber, paralyzing my pathway to intelligence, mortifying my state of knowledge to that of a coma of hypnotic, compressing spells and heaviest lethargy. In a sequence of extraordinary dreaming, beyond dimensional reflection, I would continuously and repetitively believe I had woken up after encountering horrible and terrifying visions of ancient unknown monsters, weaving their spells, making their magic blackened, and terrorizingly painful in the darkest ways, the visions noticing and hostile of my astral presence, in nearly every case, a deepness unbeknownst of, their existence in the void, my experiencing such a horrendous darkness, a frozen state, comatose, silent, screaming infinitely, hastening my dead, motionless body to attempt a removal from the eternal sleeping position, and muster and energy to rush succeedingly to the elders of the sanctuary. This transition to the atomic realms was not occurring. Waking multiply, to enter rapid hallucinations of various types of ancient nightmares' eyes, attacking and avenging my presence. My form wakened in delusion and erroneous misapprehension, cold, stiff, and sore, yet paralyzed and comatose, unable to truly awaken, find help, and the painful cycle, as well, witnessing an occasional dream so lucid, so clear, real, and true, and as such, the dream so strange, otherworldly, illogical, and original, that awakening into a physical perception yielding that comprehension and understanding of dimensions far distant from mine, that would I gaze and wonder at the details and minute aspects, and drowsily discuss the remaining events from the far-off realms, only to be shortly non-existent and lost forever in a shroud of wondering obscurity. August 5, 2007. So basically, I'm the man that slept 100 years. August 6, 2007. It is August, yet I feel like it is Christmas. Among other sensations and delusions, too. I went through such a long and deep sleep, witnessing a cacophony of mental experiences, and I attempted integrating, formulating, and comprehending their mysteries, before losing them, and seeing their descent into the eternal void of doubt. My reality became my dreams. I wanted this magical occasion to stay with me forever. On a side note, in physical realms, I'm only getting lonelier and losing ever the more company. August 6, 2007. I found a cobweb-covered writing. August 7, 2007 note. essay written in the depths of middle adolescence, during the 16th year, a distressing, hateful, tense, and eccentric state of mind, being the time of reference to Albert Fish, Jeffrey Dahmer, Leatherface, Adolf Hitler, primitive cannibals, and Satanists, all an illusion from a despairing familial relation, notably parents, in covering depression so severe, and resisting and comparing competitively among the throes of a domineering, life-denying parental trinity. I will forewarn, a tormenting struggle. I was born in the 87th year of the 20th century of the 20th of May. A tormenting struggle. I was born on the 87th year of the 20th century of the 20th of May. I had a corrupt childhood and constantly had thoughts of suicide. The more I think about those times, the more irritated I become at my younger self for how I would take my corrupt mind and deranged feelings out on myself rather than on others. I lived in a family that was governed by a dictator for a stepfather. I myself had natural tendencies to execute my behavior around others in an autocratic form. Persons who are just like me will either reject my proposed manners and behaviors that are required for others to act around me in either a masochistic way, or they will ultimately rebel themselves, these outcasts, these losers, onto my forefront and attempt an utter elimination of my wrath by violence of any sort or kind, which is needless to say unsuccessful in every pitiful attempt. My stepfather and I both understood our intentions toward one another. His beliefs were to dictate me. I would not be dictated. I knew personally that he was the father and I was the child of the family environment. I did not agree with this condition. In an absolute effort to reorganize the familial circumstances in the manner that best suited me, I physically attacked him, with an intention to inflict the terribly needed fear in his mind that would later help me reciprocate the father and child role. This worked for perhaps 5 seconds. After that time, he recuperated his pride and was flustered with extreme adrenaline, being also that with his successful efforts in tackling me down, the rest of the family pitched their best efforts in physically restraining myself, and at that time calming my corrupt and deranged mind. I was highly eccentric in my youth. This eccentricity could have easily been integrated from my father to myself through heredity. I had friends when I was young, but when I look back at those times, I believe now that I was always the follower of these kids that I had been hanging around with, but I was always the one with the ideas in my mind, while the other children that I associated with seemed to be almost absent-minded of any sense of creativity or originality, let alone the absurd yet truthful fact that these people were the ones that undoubtedly had the most control over a large group of people. As I grew older, I became more and more eccentric. This was due in part by internal family problems that did not, in fact, concern me in particular, but rather concerned my mother and father, and of course the stepfather, who was personally a man that did indeed divorce his previous wife to marry my mother, to care for her and make her feel special in spite of my father, who supposedly worked more at his job more than spent time with his wife at home. My mother would not understand my father and provide the love for him in the way that best suited him. My stepfather married my mother in a theft-like fashion. I became involved in this. Early on, my mother and stepfather urged me to join sides with them so that they could use me as one of their resources to relieve all the tension in the divorce that had occurred now many years ago. I, of course, engaged in arguments with both of them at the time, and I soon realized that I was too young to be involved in such a confusing and unspeakable thing as a divorce. I disengaged from any sense of involvement in the issue and left it alone for its entirety. With this forbidden issue of a divorce ensuing, and with my new father figure, whom I was forced to live with, who was not to mention, like I said before, a dictator of a father who attempted to dominate every one of the people whom he met with, including the members of my family, myself included, I was not a happy person. I did not tolerate this, and with a newly formulated method soon to be used to actually deal with him, I did not rebel against the family as a whole, neither did I do it for myself at that point in time. However, I simply followed a method of civil disobedience, and peacefully did not comply with the requirements until I simply degraded to the point that I felt justified enough to attack him, and to attack him good, to inflict fear that he has made many mistakes in his life that will now negatively recompense in a manner that will bring his false pride and conscience back to reality where it should be. Now with his divorce as an issue, and with the stepfather as another, I was experiencing a considerable amount of distress in my social life, and I took this stress and evolved into an eccentric state of mind. Though many people usually born with it passed down through heredity, I now considered myself what the doctors called a paranoid schizophrenic. Many people couldn't deal with me anymore on an intimate level due to the fact that I had been suffering from a terrible disease of the brain. At one point, people mistook me for a genius rather than a schizophrenic. I enjoyed this reputation, the strength and respect. The adults I dealt with would later become fed up with me after simply not taking my strangeness any longer. I matured quite a bit later on. Being such an odd and terribly thought-induced person, I was now more reserved, comparably as much reserved as I was during my much younger years, as 9 years of age or earlier. Once I quieted down, I was still somewhat eccentric. This was most noticeable in my sense of appearance and rigid walking style. I was a highly noticeable person at the time, and I began suffering abuse from my peers. I shamefully admitted was at one point a weak man, feminine, and hadn't noticed it until I became fed up with the criticism coming from it. This had to be a result of the constant fights that I lost with my father and stepfather, with the persistent struggle that I was forced to deal with as a child, required to respect either one side of the family or the other. I immediately found more ways to appear as a man, rather than this feminine kind of person that I was now being through my sense of walk and style of appearance. Floor-length black trench coats, gothic makeup, piercings, crosses, black clothing. I was then on respected by the most part once I made some of the necessary changes that would benefit myself and reduce the amount of negative criticism that I was experiencing from my peers. My content state of mind deteriorated when I realized myself amongst others, knew that this respectability was only coming from people I knew personally. Yes, true it was that there were peers who I didn't even know that were still criticizing my rigidity. This took time to realize that these criticizers weren't in fact individuals. They were all belonging to groups and cliques. I came to this conclusion that once I had suffered from their abuse one too many times, and had finally established a more observant method of noticing who it was, in fact, that was criticizing my character and self. The reason for these people being critical had to do with their well-defined yet premature state of mentality and lack of inner security of their adolescent years. The women were, in fact, attracted to me. However, the men simply noticed myself and felt threatened by me on their walk to wherever they were going. These simpletons also noticed that I hadn't had any friends or any group to belong to, unlike themselves, where to their advantage they could hide behind the mass of individuals, rather mass of cowards and nobodies, and taunt me however much they pleased. I then knew at once that these creatures were not as tough as they presented themselves to be. They were one of the mass of swarming human beings, the kind of creature that would move slowly across the environments, bolstering its pride as it eliminated what it considered the negatives of its ignorant life. The negatives include groups of another kind of style, or another kind of clique. It could include the county authority, or any kind of being or system that defined, regulated the laws so as to attempt a normally unsuccessful prohibition of those more rebellious of breaking them. Just whoever they see from their individually weak and feeble minds as an object, situation, or living entity that poses itself, whatever it may be, as a threat to this mass of incompetent nothingness. The mass of human creatures is a dominant mass. The rules of physics need also apply to the mass at all costs. Any attempt to confront it from an individual standpoint will result in failure of the power to inflict fear into the heartless minds of this gigantic group of maggot brains to gain the most needed effect of respect and discipline. And in my case, I fell into the category as an eternal enemy against them. I began to ponder the ideologies behind the curtains of the seemingly habitual culture of youths in hiding their entire conscience and submitting it not to the societal community as a whole, but rather to the group of individuals that have themselves been considered by the higher classes of society as rejects and failures in the urge to comply with societal standards, rules, regulations, and ethics. I then knew I had to immediately dissociate myself from any of my male peers that exhibited this hideous habit. Once I realized that these so-called men were indeed nothing but cowards who disclosed their identity in an interminable cycle of forever hiding behind their peers once they had jumped out from their home and attacked an individual all alone with no one else even close enough in relation to the size of the mass of the enemy to help defend this person from their heartless methods of behavior. I took this thought into account once when I knew that before I had broken away from my own mass of individuals that I still hadn't even belonged to any sort of social group that simpleton adolescent could feel well enough to relate to. March 16, 2004. Into the auditorium. Commencing once again a quest of furtive knowledge, in part a cycling learning of academia, a college rotation, musical study. An idea of sustaining such a level of non-academic village inspiration, real and as such as fiery and solemn as an approach as before, a test only gods are capable of fulfilling and pulling through, and I have so many ears to please, satiate, ensconcing a morbid, desirous effort to encapsulate my vision, producing my heart, a manner that presses so effectual, so fervent, but in candid, sincere truth, an honest passion of deliverance, but that my system calls upon in such respect, in detail, for that one step in the atmosphere too much, and I'm swallowed in the abyss as a tyrannical villain and a showmanship monster. Rather, in empathic reasoning of balance, I remain a hero of music and of the purveyor of mystic and magic arts, and in this particular case, heroic sound. War will come. August 7, 2007. Some earlier thoughts of my youth. My youth was a total system of consequences that involved my freedom on the outs, in which all criticism was consequential to my freedom. This reality was so severe that after 3 years of being stowed away at a lockdown environment during my youth, that to come back to the same dementia that I had lived with before really hit me on the head for commencing lifelong paranoia schizophrenia. However, since once a child at the age of 6, I declared the want to play the piano forever, to perform this instrument as a career, to be the next Beethoven, to have my reality blockade my dreams so directly created disbelief to a maximum. During my youth after the lockdown, I had been isolated from the outside world. Sometimes where weeks would pass and I would never have to use my voice in case someone needed to speak with me. There were instances where I both did not thoughtfully nor physically exist to humanity. However, I had the opportunity to undergo true reason and critique of the world, as I knew that from the experience of my family that there must be something wrong with the world as well. Under my life's condition, I had gone through nearly every stance and position on mankind, taking up a new one when the older position would feel dismissed by both or either subjective or objective conclusion. Hence, when I sense an argument about to form, I become very wary of the situation in which to exit as quickly as I can. As persons of the present era are so numerous, I find it pointless to spend my lifetime debunking the whole postmodern era and the people who may willingly belong to it. I now do not argue at all, try not to argue with anyone, and have even considered taking down the remaining writings I have posted, as well as burning everything I've written in the past, i.e. National Socialist letters, Aryan racial advocations, horrendous pathological gore literature, hoping to relieve some tension, and for the first time I might have an optimistic moment toward life, in case I were to die suddenly and never experience one at all. November 2006. If I had never been part of my family, and was born as someone else into a healthy family, I would never have gone through what I indeed ended up going through. Nearly my whole lifetime, specifically from age 6 until this year, 2006, I've never since felt any sincere approval or loving acceptance from my father figures, second father being stepfather after my mother remarried. Unfortunately, with parents like these, the results of whatever child's mind in the future will almost always turn out being disordered to a certain extent. My case being very grandiose. September of this year is the first month I've been living in a home environment without either of the two fathers, even though since this time I've been going through many personality shifts, as I'm finally breaking into reality again, slowly and learning to communicate again without severe pessimism and coldness. I'm now able to realize that life is no longer a nightmare. I've never seen my fathers again. An additional difficulty to this is that I never was able to get my most basic objective done, one that I had been trying for so long, more or less 13 years, just to gain a single instance of a heartfelt approval from one or the other. This never occurred. Fortunately, though, I can see how deadly it is to continue living in the past. Currently, and for the rest of my future, I've finally given this living in the past up. This is pointless. The best thing I could have done with my life was to finally move away from these mentally destructive environments and become my own authority. Hopefully I will end up making a full recovery and finally develop meaningful friendships. September 30, 2006. A jealous God. Imagining their level of correspondence with an effort. When effortless, I'm abandoned and forgotten instantly. Absolute struggling to sustain a mere association in impassing recognition. An envy of the postmodern empties, regardless of sound stupidity and lack of any knowledge, depth, power, or collection. August 10, 2007. Barbarian fury. I crushed my enemy, had seen him driven before me, and heard the lamentation of his women. I heard of his purpose. I took action. I sat on the mountaintop's peak. The warrior was me. I reflected upon single-handedly killing an enemy, a weak, doubting, intellectual challenge. A conscious human failing, dying, praying. Forgotten. He knew my meaning. He understood my destiny. I am the one. I crushed, standing no longer. He denied, even upon departure. My passion filled. The battle was fair. He kneeled before me. I sliced his head off. He knew his scheme wouldn't last. Fire and spirit so fine. A light, raging storm by Crom's will. Hammering power crushed virtue. Sword upon mercy. August 10, 2007. An understanding of love. I want to be passionate life, activity and profound friendship, love, yet I feel my power is withering, dying, becoming impotent for such a relation and connection, and becoming lonesome, sheltering from depth, passing through the channel of time, aging, idle, tedious inexperience, shadowed from a source of light and joy, rotting in darkness. I had some friends in college whom I really felt well with together and cherished the company, though through glimmering mystery and knowledge of meaning, what was became empty and abandoned. A developing bond would in passing time remain stationary, yielding to a void. And a denial of growth and maturity would encompass the association. I would feel time voyaging through an abyss, and communication becoming sparse, existless. I want to know love in an extraction from romance, in an envisioning sustainment of uniting sacraments, in potent will, without intellect, without the companions denying a departure to parallel and alternate dimensions. This desire being a great fantasy. I continually understand myself becoming an involuntary, eternal nomad, a lone individual surfing through a collection of lost dreams, visions, and hopes, and knowing, greeting, and wisdom, furthering my reality, condition, and state of being, of one reminiscing an tiring state, that of disillusioned youth gone by, and a recall of activity, that an output of production being so minimal and futile. I will keep strength of mind, waiting to attack through life as a warrior seeking will. If love will be such pain, an abysmal consequence of betrayal, I will hereon trek past the system and destitute idea. Yet I will continue to dream. August 14, 2007. Broken dream. Sitting upon a candlemass, feeling a deep, darkened love. Withering. August 14, 2007. Sitting in reflection, thinking, oh humanity. August 14, 2007. Imaginary over real. Humanism lingers. Apparently, I am not a human. August 14, 2007. Transcendent. For the moment, I will be covering, locked for time in a veil of shame. Ha! Criticized for weakness and strength, femininity as a consequence, masculinity as a reaction, and all my known defenses are provoking. Human camaraderie, I will not. Forever alone, clarifying and calling upon facets within my star to complete an original system, individual, unknowing and incomparable beyond any extent and for myself. And no, I deny myself your unique, and all your mongrelizing ego wakings, for this matter. I will love my being as my will and no other. And I am done with correspondence with the current moment. You, the dreaming moral herd, you're not immortal. Doom awaits, anyhow. For now I will be communicating ideas in my mind, divinating for the great source books of the ancients, and still to come. Abrahadabra Alakazam. August 14, 2007. Answering pain. I'm being given morals, suggestions for acceptance, respect for my pain. This thinking for mercy and understanding of pain is the epitome of consciousness, Christianity, and disturbance of the cosmos and planetary existence. When in pain, my fellow warrior, I will to be enforced by strength, a will to conquest and fight for her end of suffering, and encouragement, power, and war, for vengeance of the distraction, obstacle, and burden, without reason or doubt. I will build my strength so fiercely and fight with such ferocity to purge my condition from morals that the feminine wishing for acceptance will be denied entry, and I will not experience such a backward, measly hand, so-called help, rallying of rescue. August 1427. Alienated. I remember wanting a restoration of my cast-out feelings so severe that I would move ever far from civilization in all her tolerance, submissions, suicides, self-defeats, living off the land, a hermit. In the Alaskan wilderness, alone from the modern world man, and I would be in a forest hunting deer, living in a comforting cave, growing one with my dreams, and shedding that moral consciousness and intellectual reasoning from my will and state of being. Materialism, egoistic bigotry, humane selfishness, calling off community and of higher existence. This feminine moralism, found infinitely positioned in electronic broadcasts, television rhetoric, news, media in general, and the average Joe, etc., would have me so frustrated and alienated that it would change the many states of retaliation in response. National Socialism, Fascism, strong Satanism, Confederatism, barbarism, etc. The list going on, all as a reflection to be strong, something not found in my life, and something infinitely great from the humanist libertine, this pain-seeking moralist. I won't even keep a television in my house, for frustration becomes so severe in the confines of weak, death-harboring thought provocations, a disturbing consciousness, and awakenings to change greatness into weakness, weird all understanding, ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom and manner, into individual promotion, egotistic filth, and white man destruction. If by the force of thunder and will, go for the gold, and forget this hostility from the intellectual, the thinking colored man, and this sexism from woman, and all things rejecting time, nature, space, and family. For gold so bright and mystic, and pleasing thee, refining thee, and aiding thee of thine wrath to the Christian, the one who solved and distilled the spirit of man, and all things great and cherished through life. August 1727. Perception of kings. Captivated by a white, glowing light, years passing by, a shine growing ever so bright. My senses are rescinding, my mind is energy. August 1727. The day will come. Seize the day. August 1827. To perform in a concert, even the most beautiful music is harboring little to no response. I must proceed to the next step. August 1827. I am a quiet love. I will be companion, spiritful in the gleam of woman's jeweled ring, honoring the cup of blue stirring answers, and protectant of spirit, circling rage of fire, amidst the cool shimmering depth of frost water, relinquished by gravity's pulling, and extinguished into an air, her wishes solidifying in earth, orbiting a star of daylight. I'll aid her, a shield of revival, gift of Mikhail, listening in serenity, a friend through maturing trials, and assistant, willing relief to her worry from the serpent's trick, and thievery, unquestionable will to affirm, laying in a garden of greens, flowers, fountains, and scents, consuming her condition and resting our paths. I'll be with her forever, burning in a spirit of life and love, into her evaporating of knowledge. August 1827. Passion rebirthed. I have discovered a piano technique, and when performed and delivered precisely, will sound 1,000 times greater than it has been in the past. I'm deeply in love, reaching into the sublimity of sonic pleasure. In determination with the piano, I will uncover the most profound sound in the universe. Will it be a possibility? August 1827. A spider's web. A hardened, abused warrior, charging into a vast, expansive ocean of thinkers and tolerant intellectuals. August 1927. Reflections upon entering academia. I went to school today, the day being the first of the semester. I do not have classes Monday through Thursday, and I assign these days to study the piano in the practice rooms, most preferably the room with the grand, as I find this piano will carry exceptional states of overtones over the uprights, with the correct use of percussion, modulation, pedaling. I was excited over college starting. I went to bed at 2200, tossing and turning through most of the night, falling actually asleep at around 0400. for about an hour and a half, waking up at around 05:30 in anticipation of the day. I was thinking about beginning the semester as a stronger and deeper person than before. I did not want to be the person I was at last semester, spring of 27. This last representation, harboring enemies, scouring feelings, and sustaining few friends. I began that semester as a solemn, grandiose nihilist, keeping few words, being a surrenderer to civilization, as previously a great and legendary adventurer, spawning numerous mystic quests through forests, mountains, survival expeditions, and escapades, living in tents and coming across the human, communicating and corresponding only rarely, so that when I came into the semester I would become very shaky and timid, rushing to lock myself in a practice room, rarely coming out to get a breath of fresh air, socialize with the students and friends I had made from prior semesters, back when I was a healthier being and had not changed so thoughtfully or embarked in such a difficult-to-heal disorganization of perception and speech, bodily movements and thoughts. During August 27, I began thinking much more clearly. My prior speech and previous bodily idiosyncrasies I now realize as due to a strong and rare case of extrasensory perception in relation to human communication through bodily movements and its meanings. These quirks have become dormant. I now will walk within my own regard, distance, and personality, for my senses and perception not activate a process of communication of which only ancient races and sages can understand and tolerate such knowledge. I went today to the college dressed in my specific outfit: black sleeveless shirt, black pants, studded belt, bullet-link military boots, pentacle necklace, Mjolnir, upright cross, downright cross, upright cross bracer, downright cross bracer, another studded bracer, 4 bunched sweatbands, eyeliner, moussed hair, and as expected I will get fearful, pessimistic looks and responses. I was walking to my car in the parking lot, and I did in fact feel myself receiving positive communication from the passers-by when I was feeling drowsy and quietly interested in my surroundings. Though I find this state of being hard to duplicate, I'll probably wear less vampiric clothing and stay with my camouflage trousers, not go for such a look of which others perceive as satanic, regardless if I'm nothing of a satanist, but rather a life and death affirming struggler, a religious student, and a cult scientist. And all what I really want is to be deep and massive, wise and strong, and to be a companion to a good friend who will understand me, and where I will listen to him or her quietly with few wise and helpful words. As I have been through such an incredibly harsh and tormenting childhood, and struggled so exhaustively for a successful outcome at post-adolescence for my old environment and state of mind, that to not represent myself as who I really am would be merely a missed chance and mistake upon a true and rare case of individual uniquity and special understanding of knowledge. August 2007. August 21, 2007. Ha! A day to look forward to again. Evocations of the goddess through the universe. A scattered cornucopia of infinitely innumerable objects, shapes, sizes, ideas paramount to universe, and reflective of a mind's conscious participation, a wondering communication, mysteriously unknown to my perception, by lack of touch and love, if only I could feel my desire, hearing an object's tone upon visualizing its thoughts. I am within atomic realms, and the universe is my mind. The goddess is invoking herself, and I am receiving so many thoughts from her. Why are you pursuing me? What will I understand? August 22, 2007. Ideas carried off into the light of day. August 23, 2007. Inexplicable. Among a select few, of an existence impassable by my own, in so complete a heartfelt regard, I am truly to be chortled as a worm, but mocked, mashed upon by even the mere thought of intending to come, know, and equate with them, with their streaming thrones, ranks of Alpha and Omega, bafflement, incomprehension, and immensity. My feeling cannot be compared, yet my responsibility to such a duty belongs to my life. In respect to my idols, I simply will not request even a pity, for my meagerly rank, power, and position among the recognizable successions and wealths, among affairs of godly men, and I am but a writhing worm to be stepped upon. No method or symbol of praise and gratitude can ever split the paths of greatness, and honor to be met and befriended by my own, within this short given span of my life, insufferable belittled existence. August 26, 2007. Living submission. Apparently, I'm not even a molecular fraction of who I want to be. August 26, 2007. merciless conspiracy. There's a rumor going around that I have recently found to my knowledge that I am not in fact the person who I have ever thought or even believed myself to be, nor that I am even belonging to the same person who is living right now under this deceptive image of the so-named Adam Patrick Kopecky. I can only just confirm this ruthless scheme by stating that it is all the more tragic that my fate has been concealed for so long, that I have been denied my knowledge, placed in the equilibrium of this life, continuously up to this point. That this news, this disillusioning revelation has for once reached so far as up to my own confine, that I now have no other choice but to morph into the super biological mutant warfare experiments of which the underground scientists have destined for me to be so longly. They have been waiting 20.4 years now for the time of which I am to form and inhabit this being, of which it has been kept secret and unknown under the cover name and known no other than as Biomutant Destructoid Type 23PX, under project code name Omega Extermination. Destruction will begin of all known human beings living on this planet. Destructoid Avenger is one of many to come, consisting of many additional cyborgs, morphed from humans, of which have been stricken with the same fate I have been. The cyborg products will systematically exterminate human existence. The way will be made for the creation of gigantic mutagenetic cyborg products. All Earth will be destroyed and renewed with the mystic seed of Mershvanafana, re-began and sustained once more, for an additional attempt at living and inhabiting harmoniously growth within the forest, the deserts, the sea, for successful becoming of great supergiant men of power and wisdom and courage, epic in habitation, and immortal forever within the sands of time. August 28, 2007. Oh, life. August 29, 2007. I have the feeling that I'm going cuckoo. August 29, 2007. Me in 2002. Note from August 29, 2007. This being one of my earliest writings, for the age of 14, written during a stay at a long-term treatment facility, Broad Horizons, stay being from October 21 until August 2002. This autobiography of my pubescent years being written from the desk of an institutional high school during class, which would be the mystic location of my schooling during my 9th grade year, being there writing while I would always be searching for greatness, genius, worth, difference, individuality, uniqueness, and escape from such a miserable and depressed mind, and experience of a particularly disillusioned and hopeless life. Partake of understanding being general rambling, delay to commence the biography. In fact, there was such an introduction that much has been left out here, for sake and respect of not frustrating and losing patience of the reader, as this romantic and artistic technique at the time would be used very frequently, and with much regard to create as epic and meaningful and worthy a story as possible, while this particular writing would never even finish, much like the legendary, incredibly lengthy novel I had written as well during my stay there, this writing simply ending when running out of willpower to continue, or even to pick up another fresh topic as something new to write about. This would be written during the time of which I would suffer from an immense depression, institutionalized as a consequence of my behavior, mentality at home, at school, etc. I would be told later that I would be one of the most severe cases of depression, binging endlessly on depressive stupor, as said to me from the hospital psychologists I would be seeing at the time. The stays at Aurora and Broad Horizons also would yield some of the most unique, interesting memories of my childhood, and of which I will ever have in my life. I really don't want to forget them. Time before I sit down to write about all these experiences. Me in 2002. I rise in the mornings just to sense a gist of philosophy about the concerns of this earth. I partake of understanding. What you have to understand about this slight autobiography is that I present this following documents with inconspicuous emotion, for this is a recap of my past year of life. If you understood what my present emotion about myself was when this was written, it would be only a faithful surprise to your aptitude of sense to see that this autobiography would not be a recap, it would be a diary. If this recap of my past life were a diary, It could only stay undisclosed in my personal inspection. If it were to stay undisclosed, my diary would be kept to myself independently and self-socially. Nobody would really understand how my past year of life really went. With all due respect to the courteous reader itself, I have to remain silent when I actually speak verbally when recapping the sum of this recap about my past life. For if I went along boasting about my life and how intricate or established or disrupt it was, then an unobservant onlooker may hear about this little recap, to have maybe an unwanted part of it revealed and spoiled to him, the Mr. Unwary. Once my little recap may happen to be spoiled and spread to gossip, there will be a less and less cue to read this recap. And the more the gossip may be spread about this little community, the more and more unwantedly renowned will this little recap become, while the cue will diminish wholly, and the researched philosophy somatist to this recap will soon be lost and queered entirely. For then there will be no reason to read this recap, because I couldn't keep my mouth shut and spread the gossip secretly. I also have to be kept inconspicuous with my little presentation of my past life, emotion-wise, and be kept nonchalant, apathetic, and or neutral. If you have to ask, why not say the monotone in the way that best depicts your life in the past year to represent this more colorfully? Then I would have to ask you, why do you like to keep your emotions to yourself? But what if you always spread your emotions to varied sources? What if you never kept your emotions to yourself? Then I would have to rely on the subject matter that everything about your cheery marmalade self really winds down to apathy, and that apathy is where you don't care. But if you do care about sharing your emotions towards others, then I would have to say it has nothing to do about your personality, but it all grinds out to social masochism, that you have a faint sexual pleasure in getting feedback from your dispositional emotions to feel content and up to par with your simple hidden apathy. Why apathy? Haven't you been sharing your emotions all your life? Haven't you felt determined to reveal your emotions to others? Hasn't it become a little systematic? But what if you just began doing this? What if you were just recently introduced to the technique of sharing your emotions toward others? When formally introduced to a new technique and currently settling into a new way of socialism, you really don't feel systematic. You really do care for how you manifest your technique, because you're afraid to mess up. You're an amateur. You argue with me and plead to me to reveal my simple benign apathy and nonchalantness in my recap so that you could understand my sum of my past year of life and emotions, to see how it really turns out. Well, if I revealed my emotions right now, right in the middle of the pre-introduction or preface, then would you really want to keep reading? Have I revealed any of my emotions yet? Have I told you anything close to about my past year of life? Do you want to keep reading, or do I not have you hooked? You can quit reading any time now from this point on, seeing how you've already read to this point. You say you have emotions revealed all the time, but you have to consider the all-time appropriate schedule to amass your emotions with oneself. I have the schedule in my head all put together, and I have the timings put in at the correct times. Is it entirely hypocritical to tell someone's unrevealed emotions to be revealed while oneself keeps one's emotions undisclosed? I can tell you the summary of my life hypocritically, or I can tell you it hypnotically, enthusiastically, technically, mathematically, psychologically, scientifically, morbidly, visually, physically. But this is the way I plan to write my summary. I have planned ways that I've kept you intent, or even contempt. Yet I haven't even revealed my ways of emotions. A partake of understanding is to what I have to be aware of. I have to be aware of you. You do not have to be aware of me. You don't have to be aware of me, for you are the one that is analyzing the story. I have a personality, yes, but you will never get acquainted with it. You have a personality, yes, but I have to be aware of that fact. I have to be aware of the fact that your personality counts. Why? When a manuscript book documents whatever starts out, there is always a first reader in one location, and first readers in various other locations. These readers have significant differentiation, and all accounted for first readers. Their differentiations are fitted for personality, like I said before. All the first readers could be optimists, all the first readers could be pessimists. Everyone could be a greedy people, or an angry people, or an impatient, or patient, or smart, stupid, or fearful, or interested, or uninterested, or plain out bored people. This explains exactly why I have to remain neutral. But what about the uninterested people, or the impatient people? Wouldn't they just turn away from boredom or lost patience? That is a very analytical question most people don't even think about. This is calculus. If you have never realized before, in the calculus, which is a branch of math, there's always a question. There's always an answer. The answer is very well always prepared, for this is a universal question every producer has to ask himself. What will the audience think of me? That's why I have to be aware of your personality. I have to be aware that you count. But what counts the most is the first person's read, for they are social beings. I have to admit that keeping my emotions neutral is best, for I will lose less than a third of the audience. The impatient and uninterested will turn away, crossing out the entire branch of opinions based from the uninterested and impatient person's first read, or they could simply antagonize the story, but from the other, more so 4/5 of the first reader's population, their opinions will spread across the location, positively or negatively. Now, you may be asking yourself, why not constitute an emotion that suits basically every form of audience? Preface. This whole recap of last year is true. This is not a false story. My former me in 2001 was taken from me, for it was the direct, pin-nailed source of the beginning to all of my problems. It was the baby from the placenta, and the problem child was born. After the writing, everything gradually began to build up to a formidable climax, leaving me confused and dazed with 1,000 tons in my very own hands. January, P.E. It was a cold day outside. Everyone in P.E. clothes, out on the black top, grouped up together with 40 other students with Mr. Vinci. Mr. Vinci was great. He truly was classic. I fortunately was huddled together with my two best friends, Ian and Anthony. We were studying lacrosse this month, and I was somewhat enjoying it. PE was a breeze when it came to education, but when it came to individual enjoyment, I was suffering and writhing. It was when we were kneeling down in front of the girls, my friends and I standing up, and I already having a tough enough day at home, my parents having Ali up together and cold shoulder me, neglect me. I had my blue gym shorts pulled down and called a homosexual name. I looked at the suspect who did this, and he laying blame on another student, saying to me, he told me to do it. I was not an aggressive and guilty person. I was very assertive back then, and when embarrassed I tended to be passive-aggressive. But being so in a group of 40 other teenagers didn't give much an effect on everyone. It only made me look more so of a shy and retrospectively passive and recessive person. I had no physical reputation forfeited from this. People then give a look to me like a much more psychological representation of a physical bully, like everyone else was being. I was known as a shy and intrusive person that everyone else had respect from, except the physical people. That is why my PE class hated me so much. Furthermore, I had my pants pulled down 2 more times later that month. It was called many more names by a notorious joke and his cronies, once even calling me a stinking pussy and having my friends agree with him. My friends might have been true friends, but they were only friends that didn't give respect to me, because I was the truly passive friend. I might have talked more than any of them, but I was certainly physically weak, mentally, which got them more irritated. But with a bunch of physically built guys, Anthony, who was largely built of muscle, and Ian, who was smaller but yet almost so fit for his size, they couldn't stand being around a 110-pound, 5'8", 13-year-old. It had to be inspirationally saddening to be around me, to be fretted by me. They knew I was terrible at sports. They knew I could change it if I wanted to. They knew that I wouldn't. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I just try to be more active? When we had to run laps, I would walk them and take shortcuts while people stared at me in pity. I would run the mile in 9 minutes when I tried, but they knew I wouldn't, so it would take 20 minutes for me to complete the mile. When we played baseball, I was always the furthest out, trying to pretend I wasn't there. When we danced, everyone laughed at me, for my feminine partner was trying to get me to move, but I acted frozen, paralyzed, and solidified, too depressed to actually budge. Because my friends couldn't find the common interest in me during PE, for they were so physical, they went to hang out with all the great, strong sport players, which Ian and Anthony were good at too. Because of this, my true friends couldn't support me when it came to physical iron. Maybe it was discipline, but it was so awkward to have friends antagonize me instead of supporting me, even though I was terrible. This went on for a while. I wasn't strong enough to do something about it, for I wasn't appreciated and strong-holded enough. So obviously the probability of finding someone just like me out of 400 people was pretty high. Gratefully, I found a passive Stuart, who was in all of my 8th grade classes. He and I would ignore all the surroundings of PE. We would talk of video games, computer games, movies. Everything of non-physical youth would talk about. All the girls hated us, except a few, but they were never real friends. Anthony and Ian and I would always get dressed up for PE, but as soon as we teamed up for sports, they were gone. I was left to team up with unathletic, nerdy persons. We would always lose. We were never good at any sport except maybe ping pong, and especially chess. But as time lingered on, the unathletic people in Stuart were getting sick of me. So all I wanted to do was to talk about video games during football. They eventually established a reputation of me as lazy ignoramus. The unathletic people were calling me lazy. I began to be the target of name-calling and anger outputs, and even Anthony would tell me, "I'm sick and tired of you, Adam." I was getting sick of it, too. The school's physical education classes were demolishing my friends' relationships. I wouldn't become active for my own several reasons. One, I believed at the time that I would sneak my way through the class with the minimum output of energy. For Mr. Vinci was a very teenage, understanding individual. He would shrug off my apt laziness with a breeze and always give me A. As a matter of fact, I had an A in PE throughout my entire middle school years. He would exceptionalize my low input of activity and bleak all my efforts and participations as above average. My friends were irritated by this. Also, we became more separated at PE than ever. Now I only had Stuart as a friend, yet he wasn't much of a friend of mine. See, little did I know it, I had premature symptoms of clinical depression and was falling down in a tunnel of the devil's grasp. 3, I was lazy. 4, I was having problems with discipline at home. I couldn't entail chores and yard work like other happy people could do. I knew the rules at home and knew that my parents, especially my stepfather, wouldn't apprehend the rules just for a weakling child. PE was my break. It wasn't mandatory to do any work in there. In fact, there was no mental work. It's completely physical, and the physical work concurred by Vinci could be easily minimized to nothing with the exceptions. It was entirely voluntary by me. Anybody else could do it too, but why wouldn't they? PE is fun. PE is enlightening. Oh, no. I understood the uselessness and needlessness of this class back in the 8th grade. I understood completely. My whole life was indirectly revolving around that class. It was unneeded. I didn't know it, but I was taking PE as an advantage and tactic to watch myself become less and less of a moral person, more and more of a terribly unfit hermit of social life. Seeing how it was the middle of the junior high year, Mrs. Hargraves, my appreciated English teacher, gave us assignments about reflections of the past year 2000 with certain criteria broken down into certain subjects. I pessimistically did every reflection of every subject very nonchalantly. Until then, there came the PE reflection. I currently don't have it with me. I would have rewritten it in here for this recap, but I've had it confiscated, for it's so damned depressing for me to read. But I wrote it intentionally as an indirect cry for help, for I didn't know I was becoming depressed, and as to mention it to everybody, that I mean no harm, and gravely implore for at least a low social life instead of no social life. But again, very little did I realize it, that I was going to soon have a very, very miserable and gothic life ahead of me. My PE reflection was based on all-out pessimism and complete anger, inspired from all the great supporting friends from the 2001 PE class of my middle school. As I write, I recall a declarative I once opposed in that one-page essay. It's not word for word, but here goes. I won't exaggerate. My self-esteem is so low now that I just dream of falling down into a puddle of mud in the rain, out in the field, face down, just dreaming and hoping for a happy life. I cry every night and I cry every day. When the time a period of PE comes, I feel all hope of life lost and wish that my mother would support my self-esteem, but that she won't. I can faintly remember it. I wrote it a year ago, but I remind myself that I entitled it The Most Extreme Torture. But before I go into that, I have to jump into the history of my home life for the last year. Home life. Home may have been a pretty average place to live, but without discriminating anybody in my family, I would have to say that for the year 2001, it was an abomination of sincere deprivation. There were lots of things that could have caused all my problems, but from the real prior start, I would have to say my father gave me a very negative impact. He was a very emotional person, and on a day in January 2001, it finally caught me in an emotional bind. I took to heart his actions and couldn't believe what he went through, and I felt extremely quiet around school and home. My mother divorced him back in 1996. They have been fighting ever since. I'm the oldest one in the sibling family, and my mother would always use me as support, or other times to take anger out on, or just to yell at me to force me to stay on her side of the arguments. My father was different. He was a very angry person towards my mother, for when they divorced, supposedly there was still love in my father's eyes. My mother had almost enforced restraining orders on my father for verbal and physical abuse, maybe even sexual, but I would never know. My father became obsessed with my mother, driving hate letters in one paragraph to my mother, and then the most beautiful love letters in another paragraph. My father would shout furiously out all of his problems on me, literally threatened me to join his side on the argument of who was right and who was wrong. I refused because my mother had always shown much more love to me than my father, and also because I simply agreed that an official separation and irreconcilable differentiations was the correct thing to do after all the things I witnessed my father do to her. Now my parents were living separately, doing their own things, still fighting though, and then my mother finally marries her neighbor-like friend. The stepfather would be a strict disciplinarian, a tough, manly guy. They would get married in 1996 also, and this also only caused more problems, for he knew my father, and they were strongly against each other, getting into bloody fistfights and shouting matches. I being the oldest sibling in the family, all my parents tugged on my arms to get me on which side they wanted for support. In January 2001, I was on neither of their sides, and I pretty much was opposing my father. I hadn't visited and seen his apartment in months, for I was sick of how he wouldn't leave my mother alone, and I was starting to believe that my other parents were leaving out hints of what they might have done to my father, seeing how every year they would introduce more and more things to me of what they indirectly did to my father. My mom and stepfather committing adultery while my biological parents were together. My stepfather blowing cigarette smoke in front of my baby sister's face out front where my father was watching and arguing. So I was getting very sick and tired of all of it, and seeing how my stepfather was an argumentative person. He began getting on his nerves about me. He wanted his own stepchildren to be sided with him. He had only known us for half a decade. He couldn't have had half the family turning against him already. Because of my unconstitutional, unreliable opinion, my parents tended to turn towards my first brother in fighting for who would be right. Judging aside all that, I have to tell you, maybe another continual to my problems. I would hold grudges, and the stepfather would not be the person to hold grudges against. It all started out from the simplest of matters. I would get in trouble for kicking my brother, and my stepfather would scream at me. I would tear up, get angry, for he would make me cry, and I would stop talking to him, wanting an apology for his overreaction. Once he realized after a few days that I was not talking to him, he would begin to ignore me. Once a week passed without communication, I would be grounded from the computer and video games. A month would pass, I would have been grounded from my music, and once even be disconnected from the power to my electronic piano. The piano would be the love of my life. I would be playing Chopin at the age of 9. When I was 13, I would be playing Rachmaninoff and Liszt. I remember once I was playing one of Liszt's consolations, and my mother came in the room and asked, "Did you compose that?" "I've been composing since I was 7. I asked, "No, why?" "Because you have the potential to compose such music." And my stepfather would steal that from me. He would throw temper tantrums and overact around me. And it only got me more scared to be around him. I couldn't come up to him and talk to him. I find out through all the tough times I would be going through that doomy hardcore music really suited me. Not nonsensical, trivially created music like Slipknot and Cannibal Corpse, but Christian hardcore. And I've noticed that when inducing people subtly to my music, they hate it for it praises God. Almost all of Christian hardcore does not praise God. Some of the bands curse, like POD and Hospital. Some of them are depressing, like Ludicrous and Mind Rage. And some of the Christian bands are satanic, like Society's Finest, Mortification, and Vomitorial Corpulence. They are keen to their own subjects, through which they compose the topics that are general stories of themselves and how terrible they used to be. That's why I listened to it, because it depressed me. I never ever would tell my mother something like that, for it only caused more trouble. But I needed that music. It was my pessimism. It was what I was. He was taking it away from me, and I couldn't do anything about it. I feared him, and every time we would ignore each other, it would only get worse, because he was getting sick of me. My mother was getting sick of me only because she had been married to him, and would be afraid for an argument to rouse, and to have another divorce occur, so she would be all alone again. All the kids in the family were getting sick of me, for I had my parents turning against me, and they were brainwashing the kids and getting them to turn against me. So what did I do? So what do I do? Don't I have anything to help me? Everyone, the kids siding up with my parents giving me more work to do because of my defiance, my getting so saddened, I having nobody at home, nobody at school. My father was almost completely out of my life. I hadn't even talked to him ever since June of 2000. He knew I wasn't going to come back if he kept dwindling with my mother that way. I was becoming depressed because of my father being suicidal. I was considering the fact that that was soon to be the more correct and divine way to prioritize my afterlife. I would isolate constantly out in the backyard. I had nobody in my house that I could share my problems with. Nonetheless, just a few years ago, in about 1999, I was outside in my backyard with my dog. My stepfather had established in the former dirt section of the backyard a simple pole with a tetherball attached to a tether string. I'd always be out there, 99, playing tetherball, hanging out with the dog, Nala. And after being out there ever so periodically, I finally selected a diverse attribute to my entertainment during self-isolation and finally developed a habit of whispering music. Back in that year, I had always longed for my talent in music to take place astronomically and universally. I had always listened to classical music back in that year, and then brainstormed a 300-piece orchestra from my mind and used that manifestation, pretending to compose my own music mentally, and first-handedly play it out physically with my own voice when I played tetherball and was with my dog. You could say I was obsessed with music, that I had an absolute passion for it, and what used to be vain and compassionable was then frequently and prolongedly habitual and all the time used as another output for my music criteria and visibility. I had an orchestra name for that imagined band, being named Adam O. Once I had been outside playing the music verbally to myself long enough, I began memorizing certain songs which would reach capacities up to 20 or 40 minutes in length. I remember a few of the more popular names, which was always so decent and practical. Names such as the Fun Symphony, Rona, Mr. Funky, or Adam's First Symphony, Adam's Concerto 1, or G Force, or Egypt. None of the songs had lyrics or anything, but I found after self-observation that the songs were happy and profound, and musically established and technical. After a year passed, I decided to move on to an as of yet newer ensemble, except this time it wasn't an orchestra, it was a band, a hardcore band. It was becoming less and less optimistic in potential, more and more grave and doomy. I made up a distorted guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer. I had my own world, and all of my world praised the band, which was named Adam Kopecky, which was meant as a progressive search and biography as to what my life really symbolized and meant. The tetherball pole was no longer cement, for now it all impacted away and dissolved, and whenever the ball would swing around, so would the pole. I was unprepared every time, and I got hit in the head constantly, and the dog no longer wanted to play with me. So what did I do? I found another accessory to use while I played my impromptu music, the baton. Only it wasn't a baton, it was a wooden stick, and I was pretty damn good at throwing it. So I'd be throwing the stick, marching around the very stretched backyard, whispering these songs to myself that had a melody, but was more aggravating, intriguing, and more centralizing. I made up the first lyrical songs, which were named after defined emotions, like confusion or anxiety, anger or tension. I wouldn't only sing the lyrics, I would scream it. My neighbors would be walking around their yards doing their own things, and then they would hear these whispered screams coming from a 12-year-old boy, and then they didn't know if they should mind it or tell my parents something was up. They never really did anything about it, so I progressed on. I started laying out my music in CD format, as in I would draw a CD cover for every month from my imaginary band, Adam Kopecky. That year, and below the page, I would think up and write down usually 30 to 60 song names for each CD's month, in which each song is an event to go outside and practice throwing my baton while imagining making up the songs. I remember November's CD, Redefining Climax, being 60 songs in length, which meant that I would go outside with my baton and play 2 songs, 2 sessions each for the day that could be anywhere from 5 minutes long to 2 hours long. My songs were progressing extravagantly in length. I was becoming so wrapped up and obsessed with music then. I wouldn't even call it isolation. I would call the time outside practice sessions or concerts. I never named the people in the band. Never drew their faces until October's CD, the Penguin Scholar, all the way until I dropped the band at the end of the year and came up with a new one. My dog wasn't hanging out with me as much as she used to. I was getting impatient from that and sad, for I would remember all the times I would play tetherball, and she would hang around, and I wished for something like that to happen again. but nothing was happening. The band finished the year's finale, and they broke up, and I came up with a new band, which I wrote the CD layout on the night of Christmas Eve, 2000, naming the new band as Diagram Nest, with the first CD name as Hopes for Nails. I could explain it as simply an intellectual tool being the nail. The nail is diverse. You could use it to establish something, hang something up. You could build a structure with the nail. You could take something away with it, destroy something as a weapon. You could simply use it as a weapon. Back then, I was hoping for the intellectual nail so that I could build a structure to support some sort of debris. I needed a semi-logical support to hold up my disrupt life. Song names and Diagram Nest's music were beginning to get more isolative and belligerent. Now the song names were Ignorant Response, Illiterate You, We Don't Welcome You, Face of Fear, Drug Abuse. The music itself was very incorporated and compositive, but the messages in it were getting far stretched if you compare them to Adam O or Adam Kopecky. My screaming was that of something compared to Linkin Park or POD. Nothing was at most the extreme. I was becoming very secretly connected with hardcore music. Every once in a while I would apply an orchestral accompaniment, but I was no longer attached to classical music when I was outside with the baton. I had lost the love to enjoy classical music now. I was playing the piano only for the love of playing the piano, not the love of classical music, but for the love of development and drama, and most of all, to signify complex systematics and schematics in my preamble of life. Of course, it wasn't as if I didn't go to school. I still have to inform you about the basis of all my problems. School life. Little did I know about her personal and social life. Mrs. Hargraves, to sum it all up, was the founder and attempted dismantler of all my future problems. It could have been another person at any given chance, but because of the fact that she was my English teacher, she finally just sensed something wrong. A teacher is a teacher, but on given life, sometimes a precarious individual with the given circumstances of the entity's life work could always save someone else's life. I'm not talking about a suicide hotline or licensed graduate psychologist, but in the most unwarranted case, a teacher. It was Mrs. Carol Hargraves that played the psychological analyzer's role. And how did she accidentally find out about my personal struggle for life? It was through my writing when she figured something was wrong. Now I've already told you about my PE reflection entitled The Most Extreme Torture. There's another founding item to the contribution of my basis to depression. Seeing how I've already mentioned this to you about the former version of me in 2001, about the former version of me in 2002, you should already have a glimpse of what me in 2001 was like. Finishes preemptorily written Kirk late in January 2002. Why do I befriend when denial is so fervent? August 30, 2007. Giving without thanks. Communicate without response. Struggle to keep sane. Denial fiend and nothingness. Short-sighted shell. Empty. Waiting. All I find is you. Deny matter. Thirst for a void. Penitence. Time. None will feel or hear. Denying what denies. One more validation to keep hidden. August 31, 2007. Emptied. Truly delirious. Hopeless. Lifeless. Money was used. A doubtful applicant. Heart must be left. Home is gone. Somewhere. September 5, 2007. I'm so worried. I'm not feeling well at all. September 5, 2007. Into the workforce. I applied for work, something so ensuring. I should finally be left from that horrible reality-dawning hopelessness, one that has had driven me beyond the edge to suicide, utter insanity, and complete disbelief ever since I quit the piano warehouse back in October of 2006. I'll have some money now, not too much, not too little. I'll still move to a more affordable room, and I will continue applying for Medi-Cal food stamps and supplementary security income, but only for the time being. A day of financial security, just one day without the constant threat and reality of total bankruptcy, loss of possessions, and forced homelessness. No one could possibly understand the ordeal and utter nightmares I have gone through. September 6, 2007. Behold the 16th year. September 8, 2007. Hear the music of the forest. I have 4 new recorded pieces, improvisings belonging to the Testament genre. I had originally started and created a set demo. After I'd become burnt out and exhausted my inspiration from the music of the forest, the Lisztian era peak ability, one chain of style I won't probably be able to recreate or duplicate sincerely again. Back in August of 26. The new pieces are from August and September of 27, belonging to the new demo, Testaments 2. Testaments 1 is completed. It was recorded back in November of 26. Regarding the second set of Testaments, they sound contemplative, reflective, lost in deep thought, searching, uncovering tears, and completing experiential meaning, an unusual, rare, hidden love. I've been planning for some time now to work with Sibelius and orchestrate my music, giving more volume to my works. As I can only afford what I have currently, the recording conditions are not pleasant for me. I quiet hard-to-hear tones, constant static maximums, fortissimo and loud phrases, sections. I can only play carefully, so particularly loud, and I would love to play loudly and forcefully on the piano, like I did with older recordings, when I lived with the father and had my wooden upright piano in my old room. September 9, 27. Reflections of Maturation. True racial mysticism. Folk of Wotan. Height of our reign. Nazi symbol. Sex. From void into atom. Master totality. Immortality's reflex. I mean the greatness of you, Father. Love of me. Safety is severed. A shield lies on the floor, covered in ice. The past beckons you. Gone is the sun. Life is spent. Dismal memories. I will listen. Life is my death. The wind blows the sand. The north is scattered. Walls of the king. Across a jewel's gleam. A warrior is encountered. Restored from dust. September 9, 2007. Testaments. The final recording to the demo Testaments 2 is complete. The 5 recordings for August and September 27 comprise Piano Testaments 6 through 10. For November 26's Piano Testaments comprise 1 through 5. These testaments generally span over 10 minutes in length and are my solemn and most final This Is It improvisings. With the final two of the second demo, Testaments 9 and 10, I've for once found a way and have been able to adjust the volume of the recordings to what I desire with my current given electronic Technics piano. The 10th Testament, the sound is even more at a volume comparable to what I intend, regardless of the piano being electronic. I would feel ever so complete had I stringed non-electronic piano. I even feel compelled to start a project, creating an account for each demo I've completed in the past, and posting several tracks for each account, as I feel I will never have these old, youthful demos published or distributed, that I would like to see them not put to waste, but to good use and not being forgotten, buried by time and dust. September 9, 2007. Lost brutality. An impatient, private, and perturbed denial of consciousness. September 11, 2007. Lovengreen's arrival. Sometimes I would be so susceptible to tears. September 11, 2007. On the discoveries of conjuring will. Ha! Divination by will, one that knows more than morality or submission and pacts to codes and laws, as the enemy would be manipulating in advantages to power. There would be no righteous projection. One that flows through the channels of infinity and conjures an array of conceptions by the invoking magic will, nothing more. Favored to holiness, stripped and barren of intellectual, subjective, and moral contributions, would be one of many endless concepts and conjurations about cognitions of the universes, avoided, neglected, and denied, out of clever arrangements for an integration of dispossessed and wandering digressions and destitute misplacements. I will not welcome you into my wood. September 12, 2007. Hear the thunder. Rolling storm. Strikes of light. The bird chirps. Sheltered from morning. Preserved fear. Quick and small. Joyed. Deep inside. Resembled and felt. The thunderstorm insists. The connection would not be denied. September 8, 14, 2007. Can I bask in your light? Do you think I'm insane? September 14, 2007. Drew production. I haven't thought of this before, but now I want to. And will be recording my renderings of Wagner's operas from my favorite red transcription books on the Falcone piano at the college. A true opportunity for an authentic production of a musical sound, both instrument-wise and style-wise, instead of the typical improvising, usually usual to not bring one to tears. But this, with the help of a trustworthy assistant, I have not figured for who this will be, though I have a good friend, Eunhee, will be lending herself to this task. She could be such a helpful company. This recording project will probably be helped along with a staff's man. I plan to complete recording the transcriptions of the 2 books from Brinzi Lohengrin, das Rheingold Parsifal, Tannhäuser, and Meistersinger von Nürnberg. To be able to, for once, to render a true ability live presentation, recording from an authentic piano, with a full set of keys, and that I will be able to play from a book without page-turning worries. If I have someone with me to assist. Anyone who sees me walking around the campus will know that what book I'm talking about. Walking with the same red books, I have one volume with the other around the college for the past 2.5 years. In other events, I went through the gruesome and tedious task of uploading nearly all my outtake photos onto this account, ones that I deem non-comical enough to be worthy of posting. There's around 250 photos now. I also have in the works an account project that have a music account for each of my old demos. There are 8 of them, spanning from Comfort and Sublimity through Misanthrope, of March-April 27. Accounts 1 through 4 are created and complete. I was rendering an authentic layout to each account, the character's setting and era I would be going through back in the day, representing what the mood and concept would have felt and been like at the time during the recordings of the demo. The music to the one-man project Sorcerer is accounted for, as well as my original MySpace music account. This account contains tracks from the Testaments 2 demo of August-September 27. There should also be expected a lengthy semi-autobiography in the works to be completed in a month or so, stemming a description of what the days were like back when I would be recording the songs to each of the early demos, going from stories about the condition of living in my father's household to the days when I would slip from consciousness, be showering with freezing water, or withdrawing from long-term life-saving medication in an effort to know not pain or pleasure, or to not contract myself to the enslavement of civilizing technologies or comforts in preparation for the true wild of the Alaskan North. And I have a job interview Wednesday at a specific high school as a piano accompanist to a choral class, so I'll finally be getting back to work and earning a safe source of income. September 16, 27. In a far-off land, countless and infinite difference it would make to be in the same room with a being while treating the senses and emotions to a grand sonical weaving of art who would truly understand the concept of pure drama so completely, dramatically, and effectually. In regards to intuitive dramatic respiration, sensational predatory blinking, maddening expressions, magical yogic bodily stances, positions, motive reactions, in Deliverance a la Wagner's art, extracted in from a deficient and impotent phenomena of man, in a typical incapability to erection, growth, and phallic triumph, one be so adept at tears, biting the wound, in an ecstatic bestiality of shocking, severe courses of pain, that of which even convulsions would be observed on occasion, verging on the theatrical and frequent and strongest cases, i.e. my own, Symbolicis, the great beast of Wagner, successor of rank, musical, reflective, and dramatic realms of knowledge and understanding. A true victory hail. September 17, 27. I'm not living. I've never been a more overlooked and futile being. All meaninglessness in you will be in memory, and any meaningfulness in I will be in vain, not even to be observed or pleased, considered even within a remote recognition of light. So be it. An infinite fuck-off in blood-drenched feckle-bathing to all intellects, consciousnesses, and don't cares. Your aftermath will be utterly brutalizational, fescanine, extenuated discombobulation, disintegration to the guillotine-inflicted custuberasticisms of post-rigor mortis, encephalitic Magellan brain seizures of decapitated twitching corpses through sincere destructions of crushing scaptagoop pudding, gimptolic dominations of flesh-dripping creamified carbonizations. I will continue to imagine my lost calling. Fuck off to the modern coward and talkative empty nobody. September 1727. A New Testament. Holiness. Weakly willed moral denial. September 1827. It is that every man bears into his race. No newcomer, no trampling late cheater would brave the abyss himself. This would be too real. The waiting time. Day of surrender to the moon's bosom. Man's trial forever cut through. You are the last standing. Jules reached cowardly. Rushed egalitarian. quick and fake. Might of the self, born of heaven. You, forever human. Trapped. September 1827. Exposing roots of the coward. Nazi, the mediocre, the equal, the half-breed. Right to the ego, the self, individual, leisure, the joke, laughter, blow, attempt, try less, disinterest, aid not, care not, unconcern. The lower and lesser desire has been freed, and for my lifetime. I'm so fucking pissed off at myself. I desperately called the triumph from this little, insane, white-minded land of mine. How could a race be so stupid, empty, and embarrassing? Christianity, heed your apocalypse. Man disobeyed from the very first day. A vision is true, you know, little man. Fucking pussy shit. Felt by the reasonless as well as the destroyers. You dying phallus. Now to castrate, never to do again. Life in my mind, you, time to die. September 1827. Lost will and understanding of male or female paraphilias. It is understanding to contrast the previously particularly mentioned formula with the elemental gods deprived of the creative spirit. One might suppose that as alim is the masculine plural of the masculine noun al, its formula would be much more virile than that of alhim, which is the masculine plural of the feminine noun al. Moment's investigation is sufficient to dissipate the illusion. The word masculine would have no meaning except in relation to some feminine correlative. The name alim may in fact be considered as neuter, but by a rather absurd convention, neuter objections are treated as feminine on account of their superficial resemblance in passivity and inertness with the unfertilized female. But the female produces life by the intervention of the male, while the neuter does so only when impregnated by spirit. Thus we find this feminine amma being aima. Amma is 42, the number of sterility. Aima 52, that of fertility. Bn, the sun. Through the operation of the phallic yod, while alim, the congress of dead elements, only fructifies by the brooding of the spirit. This being so, how can we describe alim as containing a magical formula? The word adds up to 81, which is the number of the moon. It is thus the formula of witchcraft, which is under Hecate. It is only the romantic medieval perversion of science that represents a young woman as partaking in witchcraft, which is properly speaking restricted to the use of such women as are no longer women in the magical sense of the word, because they are no longer capable of corresponding to the formula of the male, and are therefore neuter rather than feminine. It is for this reason that their method has always been referred to the moon, in that sense of the term in which she appears, not as the feminine correlative of the sun, but as the burnt-out, dead, airless satellite of Earth. No true magical operation can be performed by the formula of alim. All the works of witchcraft are illusory, and their apparent effects depend on the idea that it is possible to alter things by the mere rearrangement of them. One must not rely upon the false analogy of the Xylenus to rebut this argument. It is quite true that geometrical isomers act in different manners towards the substance to which they are brought into relation. It is of course necessary sometimes to rearrange the elements of a molecule, before that molecule can form either the masculine or the feminine element in a true magical combination with some other molecule. It is therefore occasionally inevitable for a magician to reorganize the structure of certain elements before proceeding to his operation proper. Although such work is technically witchcraft, it must not be regarded as undesirable on that ground, for all operations which do not transmute matter fall, strictly speaking, under this heading. The real objection to this formula is not inherent in its own nature. Witchcraft consists in treating it as the exclusive preoccupation of magic, and especially in denying to the Holy Spirit his right to indwell his temple. Magic liber abi a frater prodorabo aka a sacroli. Good chance that I'll be quitting this college this semester, not that anyone cares or that anyone will aid my desperately needed spirit for heroic aid, love and company, or that this will affect anyone's concern for me. That I will be returning to an absent social association, that there will be a good chance I will commit suicide in the future, as suicide will be the near total 100% probability of what will become my eventual destiny. September 1927. An infinite victory hail to David Paley, Eric of Belgium, Eonhee Jung, Kay Young Lee, Don and Donna Smith, Ruth Lopez Yanez, whatever great, anyone great and true I'm forgetting. Your wraths will not be in vain. September 1927. Unfinished and in prolonged quarantine. Biography, discography, and liner notes. Comfort and Sublimity. Adam Kopecki. Early demo, May through June of 26. All tracks being recorded at the father's home on the wooden upright piano, a cheap microphone connected to the computer, placed strategically in the room, sometimes on the bed above the old television set or on the piano, usually the window being opened for acoustic development and improvements, longing for sublimity and storm and dread over lost love, to be recorded during the height of a depressing epic Chopin nocturne spell and inspiration, the spell in reference to my states and style of improvising. I had not yet begun to master Wagnerian chord modulations. My inspiration was unborn and inconceived, dwelling impressionably from Frédéric Chopin, his Book of Nocturnes, one I had bought recently at the time, and was studying enthusiastically over. These 2 tracks were taken and mastered to my desire, Mysterious Dream being an experiment in creating sound effects apparent to the title's inference, various ways of whispering into the microphone, tapping the microphone, lip percussions would be experimented with. The final recording would be inducted into atmospheric management. Time and space of the recording would be processed. The final product becoming slow and wind-like, referring to storms, thunder, distant native and pagan percussion, fire rituals, and overall lost mystery. Comfort's existence, or alternative passion rebirth, being recorded during a quick and temporary rush, a feeling of jealousy, frustration, and dying recognition of my old playing style prior to the Chopin Nocturne era, that this rush of disdain would recreate a molding and influencing by Liszt, Rachmaninoff, and Paganini, a part of my long-developed and sustained style in modeling. Liszt's majesty would hover my spirit ever since I would pick up a neglected copy of his Hungarian Rhapsodies on a high school band room grand piano in April, May, or June of 2004, studying and adapting to his grandness and boldness, advancing my passion for his incredible honor, romance, flamboyance, and extravagancy. Into February of 2006, by this month I had routinely changed to become melancholic, reminiscent, dreamy, slow, as I have said, furthering Chopin's nocturnal visions. The set of tracks spanning from tracks 3 to 5 would be a trilogy calling upon adventure and departure from marriage life, home and love, and heading to wars across the seas, pillaging, plundering, raping, and battling enemies abroad. As is said, it is in fact the very first time I would sit down on the old rickety piano bench to discover my all-time favorite and unforgettable Wagnerian passions, phrases, ideas, and sections. As this would be the original practice session, a recording that of discovering all the key, archetypal, though still primitive, and unrefined secrets to the music of the forced concept, that the ideas on this trilogy of songs pieces would later be taken in August 2006, culminated into a cosmic play of enhanced tragic and heightened virtuosity, ending with a plan for an 80-minute CD, 2 tracks, a 30-minute voice reel, and a 50-minute operatic venture quest, and festival. Unfortunately, this plan would never be envisioned and carried out. It resulted only in one particularly official and recorded 30-minute track, the one example of the music of the forced concept and idea. As I had abandoned my father's home for life on the outside, as a man independent of parental authority, and as expected I would go without a piano for some time. In search of one, I would stay at a motel, homeless, for 2 weeks, with my entire belongings, prized possessions kept in my malfunctioning car, parked outside without a garage or sense of security, the window being rolled down, stuck, ajar, and broken, waiting for a fix and repair, the possessions simply hinting and wooing for the allure of criminals, thieves, and misdemeaning vandals to reach a hand into the car, through the window, and open the door to all my treasure, pride, and glory, and this would be during the beginning of September 2006, and I would be in an utter psychological mess, damaged beyond comprehension, doubting my sanity upon reference from the stepfather, after my breaking from a complete and long-stretching lapse of consciousness during the final days of my stay at an unbelievably stressing and painful home, my father going senile and demented from an unwavering and non-budging, trouble-plagued, education-defying curse, so that so-called delinquents, but I never agreed to this due to the heavy, stifling morality my siblings and I would go through for my father and stepfather, the hopeless redeeming love for my mother, curse, and I, strong and demanding and offended from our denying will, would adapt and affect more potently than Neil and Haley would ever, that while my lapse of consciousness becoming a beyond good and evil master, in a concept artistically pure to every way of life and living, would break from and awaken very forcefully and violently, sorrowfully and painfully, while in a heated confrontation, falling apart, plead for rescue with the stepfather, paralyzing my nerves and emotional reaction, nearly fainting or even dying from lack of blood flowing to the brain. I would move to an adjacent city on September 12, 2006, live working meagerly without a piano until late October 26. After returning to my newly rented home, after a 3-day mistaken stay at a hospital environment, as my life and sensibility would be falling apart, shattering into lunacy and disorganized schizophrenia, believing a remedy would be civilizational therapy, institutionalization, and medication, though medication would be without a doubt a helpful savior to me and the continuance of my sustainable sanity, but I would be going without a piano for such a time, wanting so desperately to avoid purchasing an electronic one, that when I would finally give in to purchasing one in late October 26, my visionary method and conceptual scheme to idealizing the forest music would be inspirationally gone, left, lost, and probably never to return, as my maturation in preceding joviality, vividness, spirit, and fire through age would deeply affect my results of playing, improvising on the piano, and that this advanced, original, and rare genre would be complete, finished, and dead, carrying a roster under its belt only one single recorded track from August 31 of 26. These 3 tracks, The Wait to Embark, Farewell Home, The Return on Horseback, would be recorded and established after I come back for the day, walking from a distant Barnes and Noble. Of course, as was common during my days at my father's house, I would walk great lengths around town to purchase antiques, collect accessories, go to appointments at the high school, sometimes taking the bus, otherwise not having many other sources of transportation. Prior to when I had a car, the first one, the abysmal white 95 Saturn, purchased in September 2005. My father would be at the top secret work for the whole of the day, but that I had come home from the bookstore, was so entranced, induced, and influenced by what I had read. The books and reading material inspiration for the day would be ancient pre-Socratic Greek epics, Roman verses, Spartan episodes, descriptions, histories of Vikings, warriors, antediluvian mindsets, and I was at this time spawning many ideas of ancient life settings, archaic histories, and I was knee-deep in my hatred for this modern life of mine in its so-called world. It would love nationalism, espousing loving Adolf Hitler's rhetoric, speeches, and book, as well as Mussolini, Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, the strong becoming philosophy, as well as some of Immanuel Kant's reason, reflective ideas. This would definitely be my first primordial creation of Wagnerian style, specific productions to the trilogy of the songs. It would be very loud, bombastic, and righteous. My departure from technicality, virtuosity, concerned care for the subjecting audience, or pompous music critics of my revolving universe, had for once begun to complete. Arrival in Woodland would be a recording following shortly after the trilogy of the epic Wagnerian manifestations, with sound be characterized by enormous, wandering, mystic, ocean-like overtones, recalling a depiction of elfish, fairy-like atmospheres, another hinting precursor to what would be an inevitable creation of the forest music. Legend of the Lost Ice Cave and On Top of the Ice Mountain would be 2 highly experimental tracks, recordings utilizing atmospheric effects, for a managing program on my computer to call upon distant hard-to-hear music, distorted by being found magically inside a particular lost cave, ice-like, crystalline shimmerings. The mountain song would be a summit-high echoes across the valleys. It would be introductions to these 2 particular pieces. The Lost Ice Cave being a replaying of the sound and music effects from Mysterious Dream, belonging to the first opening track of the demo. While the Top of the Ice Mountain introduction would call upon church-like pianoforte, deep and mystic lost overtones, that suddenly it would be as if a door of the heavens would open, a rush of cool, snowy mountain air would greet the being, and that he would now be on the summit of the lost mountain, feeling the frosty air, the high altitude, hearing distant melodies from afar, mountainous statements and phrases, lost in the waves of peaks and summits. Lastly, to live in the forest until the end would be an attempt at using physical, nature-like sound effects, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, cicadas calling upon through the nocturnal setting, these sound effects taken directly, yet utilized efficiently, variously to my preference. For Mortification's opening minute of the band's 1992 album Schools of the Megalith, the particular song's named Nocturnal, a great favorite of mine, cycling, rotating, and brutally existential, a song discovered upon when I would be a youthful young adolescent Christian, surfing the Napster program, just getting into Christian hardcore and white religion death metal. With the song To Live in the Forest would be a quiet, reflective, forest-like, melodious sounding piece, utilizing wind and storm effects during the climactic, finalistic sections of the piece, that I would go through the span of the basic untampered recording, remastered the recording over and over again, using the atmosphere and effects managing program, in this particular case using the forced atmosphere option, so that a generally effective and correct portrayal of forest recollections would be achieved. This piece, To Live in the Forest, would be a very youthful, impending prototype to the culminating style of the forest music, in August of 2006. But this to live in the forest of peace would be recorded only in a distant early June of 27. 1. Mysterious Dream. 1:01. 2. Longing for Sublimity. 4:23. 3. The Wait to Embark. 5:18. 4. Farewell Home. 5:35. 5. The Return on Horseback. 6:16. 6. Comfort Existence. Alternative title. Passion Rebirthed. 6:25. 7. Arrival in Woodland. 6:36. 8. To Live in the Forest Until the End. 5:25. Outtakes. Storm and Dread over Lost Love. 13:42. The Legend of the Lost Ice Cave. 7:19. On Top of the Ice Mountain. 7:19. Total Non-Existence. Adam von Kopacki. Early demo July of 26. All tracks as before would be recorded at the father's home on the old wooden upright piano. This demo would utilize artwork consisting of a front cover with an intentionally poorly produced black and white photograph of myself from January of 26. Myself garbed in the old motorcycle jackets, one article of extreme clothing of which I would go to a store in the mall, purchasing the item in around the beginning of 2004, after saving successful $20 donations, of which would be contributed from my father's girlfriend at the time. I would be donning to corpse paint as well in this picture. This photo would be from the first ever, however novice and innocent photo session I would do, taking pictures dressed up in my evil attire, inverted crosses, general Satanism, Hitler salutes, Confederate flags. I would go on to produce 2 additional photo sessions at the house, one in February of 26 and one susceptibly in March or April of 2006. The second of these 3 photo sessions would be taken while donning my own trench coats, stretching my Lisztian figures as would the old romantic art pianists, posing my profile, gazing unto the heavens, brandishing my prized possession display sword, purchased for $80 or so at a knife shop at the town's mall. I would feel the magic and majesty of carrying one, holding one for the first time. When I brought it home and taken it out of the box, I would later find the sword missing, stolen, as my father would hijack the personally expensive weapon, make off with it to be stashed in his van. I would perform a frustrated covert retrieval of my pride, and store it safely in the trunk of my car. There would never be any discussion or communication concerning this item with him. The third and final photo session at the place would be taken when I would wear one of my death metal band shirts, rolled sleeves, and I would be mostly out in the backyard, gazing toward the sky in a stone and protective gleam, clutching my sword and sitting proudly on a throne as a chieftain, guarding the ancient wisdom of lost and forgotten tribes and folks. This would be in March or April 2006. Regarding the album art, there would be as well a back cover and inside tray of 1 page of statements in grainy red with a background photograph of a highly distorted and primitive produced self, clutching an abysmal reality by outstretched fingers. A description in the inner sleeve stated as follows: this music was recorded with the intention of creating a complex art form that meant something to humans of the current nihilistic era, without alienating anyone, for the music might seem too elegant or bourgeois. No, this music is the brutal birth of a Wagnerian piano that is credible and coupled with the nihilistic musical elements found around 1 century later apart from the Romantics. In certain song sections you will hear it in environments that seems too intense to tolerate listening, a shift in sound to what a corpse buried in a coffin might hear, strange chords that dissimulate the nerves, what seems to be an eternally descending bass line, soon to reach the abyss of hell. In a title track, a music monument for those who discover that life is hopeless, with death as the only means to an end. In the back cover there would be a distorted and grainy photograph of my own, a profile pose dressed in a tuxedo with the traditional high collar showing, in a black bow tie. The text on this would read in a grainy red, along with the song titles. Adam von Kopacki's demo, Total Non-Existence, was aborted and dismembered in July 2006. Its listening purposes assigned to self-thinkers and individuals, not recorded for the mainstream in any way. I would leave behind my trench coat, bow tie, Vlad the Impaler shirt, necklaces, and many other items when I would leave the house, intending to reach the Alaskan bush, live out in the wilds, pagan, unconscious of any mind or intellect. I'd bring all I could take, what would be deemed most necessary and valuable to me. These items being taken along with me in the car when I would leave, as there would be no heading back, for there would be only a confrontational hostile return after the damage I would cause to the father's house, branding a rare old painting, one that had been a part of his possession since I would ever exist, writing the final words on the wall in his room: "Father's morality has effect on son. No, father, I am so sick of this." as well as slashing an old bed with a knife, destroying the legs to the old creaky piano bench, clutting all my remaining belongings in his doorway. These would be things I would not take along with me into the car for the departure. I would later pay $500. I would pay $500 to him upon his request for the compensation of the self-made damages. I would also leave behind nearly all of my dozens and dozens of music books, as I was so entranced in yearning a sustainment of unconsciousness that at the time only Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier, Prelude and Fugue books, Chopin's Etudes for polishing and upkeep of the technicality and sheer demand of the forced music delivery, and Liszt's transcriptions of particular Wagnerian opera selections would be deemed worthy, acceptable, and necessary to remain, keep, and continue in his study. Regarding the total non-existence demo, the front cover would be a grainy, black and white, jealous and vengeful stance, the particular photo coming from the very first ever session in January of 26, and the top of the cover, in bold red letters, would read Er Adam von Kopecky, in the lower right corner, gray silver letters would read Total Non-Existence. The ideas posited in the demo would consist of motivation from black metal music, aesthetic, and presentation. I was developing ever closer to the most extreme execution of piano delivery, i.e. music of the forest. I would be so enveloped by the idea I had come across in writing that would be written by me from around the same time, entitled not specifically On Romantic Art Music Today, of which I spoke of the discovery of a tremolo technique that would downsize the percussive aspects of the piano instruments and broaden the aura of the piano's tones, as would Wagner's strings, so that I applied this technique very liberally in the demo, as well as the comfort and sublimity trilogy of war and love songs. The tremolo particularly discovered halfway into the Farewell Home track, originally intended as a piece portraying marriage, love, and sanctimony, that I intended this demo to be a classical piano example of raw, inhuman black metal. So even the mastery of the atmosphere would convey dryness, emptiness, and hopeless, depressive, agonizing futility. And the pieces would contain sections of soft, thoughtful phrases, simple in melody and concept, in that they would be abruptly and suddenly interrupted by strangling, powerful, bombastic, distant tremolos to be metamorphosed into developing ideas of fear, domination, and strength. I would say that spiraling toward insanity would be my strongest track on this record, that it would start off the epic demo as simple chordal phrases to slowly develop into a wild beast of uncontrollable, untamed fury. So the final minutes of the piece would consist of the most loud, triumphant tremolos, transitioning and shaping higher and higher into great victory and reward. In particular, a particular shift of tremolos would seem expected from the listener of a placement of a bass line, but that the thought was in reality do without a bass and screech into the night in major tonic tremolo, rising high in the treble and wanting to end only after complete exhaustion and relief from life. Recognition of futility would be a creation of music containing some of my greatest and finest atonal deposits and experiments, shape-shifting through range and pitch, on basis of only the level of non-tones, in a complete disregard to logical positioning and expectable morphosis. To not exist would contain one of my all-time cherished and favorite phrase ideas that would be consistent of the diminishment of the subdominance. For example, A major as tonic in the chord being D, in D major, from low to high, D, A, D, G sharp, and then the next chord would be the return from the diminishment to the pure subdominance, D, A, D, F sharp. When one listens to Wagner, he'll hear almost so frequently this phrasal concept of one of the most beauteous and sublime, particularly observe his opera Lohengrin, and even Tannhäuser. This would be the era of which his most sublime music would be immortalized, as well this particular phrasal idea would be put into use. Screams Beyond Your Realm would be one of the very first times in my chain of recordings of which I would utilize a vocal technique, particularly a higher-pitched second wave black metal scream. I would use my voice throughout this piece, though finally deeming the piece as an outtake, too humorous and juvenile to be accepted onto the demo. Tracks 2 through 5 and Screams Beyond Your Realm would be recorded in a single session during the hours before the father would come home from his work, that the tracks would successively become bolder, more nervous upon his arrival. This would be the norm for each day of existence under the particular household. 1. Spiraling toward insanity, 10:03. 2. Recognition of futility, 10:16. 3. Living only for death, 9:26. 4. The night is pitch black, 8:18. 5. To not exist, 7:10. Outtake, Screams Beyond Your Realm, 7:04. Adventure, Adam Kopecky. Early demo, August through October of 26. 1. Music of the Forest. Alternative title Wandering Through the Forest. 13:10. 30:10. 2. Came across a remote village to listen to music in a nearby cottage. 7:34. 3. Traveled to cathedral, became ever so near. 7:07. 4. Arrived at cathedral, heard the music of asceticism. 11:10. Piano Testaments or Testaments 1. Adam Kopecky. Demo November of 2006. 1. Piano Testament 1. 12:55. 2. Piano Testament 2. 8:59. 3. Piano Testament 3. 10:46. 4. Piano Testament 4. 16:31. 5. Piano Testament 5. 10:13. Meditation in Death. Adam Kopecky. Demo October through December of 2005 and November of 2006. 1. Thunder 0:30. 2. Old March 9:33. 3. Pastoral 7:02. 4. Death Piano Introduction 10:31. 5. Madman Laboratory 2:34. 6. Operating Room of Death 3:28. 6. Satan Reign as Emperor of Eternal Torment 9:35. Meditation Adam Kopecky. Demo November to December 26. 1. Meditation 4:41. 2. Untitled 8:14. 3. Dream 7:25. 4. Madness 10:53. 5. Cadenza 2:29. 6. Wild 3:43. 7. Power 4:09. Outtake 1:10:07. 6:46. Symphony Adam Kopecky. Demo December of 26. 1. Symphony 38:20. 4 movements Overture 9:55. First movement 10:27. Second movement 8:10. Third movement 9:51. Misanthrope Adam St. Patrick. Demo March through April of 2007. 1. Organ Work 1. 10:38. 2. Organ Work 2. 6:18. 3. Organ Work 3. 6:08. 4. Organ Work 4. 12:38. 5. Organ Work 5. 10:17. 6. Into the Continuum 10:16. Sorcerer Savior of Life Adam Patrick Mystic. Demo May of 2007. 1. Triumph of Life 1:42. 2. Power to Survive 1:16. 3. Craft of Wizardry 2:19. 4. Potion from Death 2:42. 5. Age of Refusal 4:22. 6. Chaos Magic 2:47. Testaments 2. Adam Kopecky. Demo August through September of 27. 1. Piano Testament 6 12:48. 2. Piano Testament 7 10:58. 3. Piano Testament 8 9:59. 4. Piano Testament 9 11:02. 5. Piano Testament 10 7:23. September 27. Is it late for an apology? I want to forget. Lately I've been angry, feeling such a storm. And holding heart, patience dying, so-called worth, meaning, taken too far. Lower my head, care not my pain. Sorry doubt, cloud's condition. Begin fresh, learns mistake. September 1927. Guardian's Gold. The land is creative, voyaging time, an airless moon, orbiter of disinterest, a sitting gold, hidden, dark expanse, goblin reaching, infinity misunderstood, shuttered by touch, ascension by fire, an elder of light, a subtle pride, restored is chaos, vanity is cast, into triangles of dissolution, complete holy circle, no man will think, guardian seal of power, the king judges, control is steel, ceremony is justice, unheard life. September 22, 27. Hollow Earth. See the newcomer. Self-induced amnesia. Late start. I won't remember. You're invalid, that is why. Ha, his vacant memory. See his ambush anyway. He lasts only a moment. September 22, 27. Renewed hermitage. You will not see me anymore. An intellect, an endless nightmare of sheltered civilizing woman, challenging in a maximum of binding chains and holy conservatism. A universe destroyed. I will not even leave revealing my will. In the infinite storms, raging lightning, ecstatic fury, destroying primitivism only imagined and revealing this modern man or woman, the ancients will continue to keep fine, reserve not even a fraction of use upon this worthless egoic self, as only time will prepare his state so ready for such brutal destructions and deserving obliterations. an additional new iteration amongst countless scraps, unwanted ideas, an empty, banal mediocrity. The mind of the ancients, in your existence, reaps souls. September 22, 27. Tale of Gunnar, warrior of Virland. Wandering through the mazes of woodland sprites, fur elves and pixies, dirt paths, unknowing of his birth, a past, purpose, beyond a known, declaring origin, gazing to Gaunia, silvered necklace of fate, lonely token of his memory, and upon it, opening his gateway into spiritual chasms, that of which was so developed his instinct to exist, the drifting warrior, Gunnar, giant of Verland, warrior, fighter, adventurer, builder of strength, muscular appropriation, giant stature, who carry his sheathed sword by his side, roaming fields of green grasses, venturing through deserts in white cloaks of shade, sailing great seas of vast expansions, in knowledge of his simple contents. Gunnar, searching combatant, so longly troubled by his hinting conscience, would venture in prolonging slumbers, unbreakable from his state of being and doing, so that he would travel through many lands and terrains, shrugging weakness and femininity, and unclosing his core to pain, suffering, unconscious from any awakening love and companionship, eventually lifting off his slumber, and sensing distress of deep love from a serene and sacred call, far off in the distance, a deeply sensed subliminal cry for a hero. Gunnar, warrior of Virland, in search for wisdom and purpose, would seek his completion of objection, divinity, and a restoration of order and natural simplicity, with his eternal lore of love at his new found becoming comfort. The princess of the northern sun was Scylla, taken from her father's castle, Sanctamont, under a midnight full moon, daughter to Bala, king of the north, Ascantia, a holy regarding light, long seasons of winter and ice. Upon her breast, amulet, containing the essential seal to the sacred grail of the ancient Teutons, ancestor of the northern folks. And upon her capture by demons and taken to Solomok, the sorcerer, far off to southern heat, in territory unbeknownst to her, and her surroundings unfamiliar, the Teuton Grail, protected and guarded in Sanctamont, the great castle of Ascantia, the north, containing revered halls of mystic lights, that the Teuton Grail would dissolve, disappearing, and of which a void of infinite, mysterious darkness would descend the surrounding chamber, in desecration, until the retrieval of Scylla, princess of the north, and with her amulets, signifying the remembrance of the Teuton Grail and ancient wisdom. Solomok, dark, mischievous sorcerer, tyrant of southern knights, and his four assistant fire witches, Yukya, Vukya, Vadia, and Madia, deceptive and adept into tricks and spells, appearing as flower maidens upon intervention with Madrig, wise old-aging wizard of the east, under his searching for earthly energy, uncovering darkened secrets, purifying blackened wills, and vanquishing chaos magics, curses. The castle and local fields appearing to Madrig, the wise Magi after his succession to higher unconscious realms. The four maidens belonging to Solomok, tyrant sorcerer, the letting cosmos of red fire, blue water, yellow air, green earth, and gardens of summoning magic fields. Madrig, the wizard arriving upon the yards, tempting and withdrawing from their motives to kiss him, crystallizing him with their cold, deathly, abysmal wills, solidifying him into a statue, his spirit to be trapped in the void, the remaining figure to be broken from one total atom into infinite pieces, and shattered by the wrathful Solomok, the descending sorcerer, destroyer of immortal dreams, but that Madrig, prodigal magician, would know that will of his calling upon, and he would escape in quickness to his forests, by lightning teleportation of his runes. Madrig, wise, benevolent wizard, discovered by Gunnar, wandering warrior, in remote woodlands, the remote and distant southeast. After his trials with magic witches, Madrig, benevolent wizard, a practicing student of Hermetic order and occult science, a former Gunnar, upon divinating from his crystal ball of fortune, that of the secrets composed within the mysterious castle and fields he had last come across to observe, under the illusory guarding maiden's false love of a lost seal to an ancient relic, symbolizing in a vision an amulet of a primeval grail upon the bosom of a distressing spirit, a supernal kingdom of northern blue and white lights, under distressing woe, the celestial spirits captured upon moonlight, invoking a vision of a princess of the northern sun, so that Madrig requesting Gunnar the voyager, whom he would find to contain the hidden divine cosmic will and power, combating Solomok the sorcerer's magic and tricks, being that he would rescue the lost beautiful demoiselle, found in the magic castle clouded by darkened storms, so that the dark manifestation would be vanquished into space and time. That he, Gunnar the warrior, should marry the wisdom of the dame, living contentedly, and as heir to the throne of Isgantia, northern ice, that she, Masilla, the princess, would be queen of divine light and water, that the secret seal, the amulets, key to the essence of the Teutonic Grail, would be restored. Off Gunnar the warrior went, venturing west through the thicket of Madrix, the hermit's woods, into the hot, vast, grassy fields of the leisurely, stumbling, friendly Plufalongs, that he would be taught the sagely wisdom of Madrix, the forest wizard, of the secret archaic keys, succeeding from realms of phenomenal consciousness to that of alternating states of becoming, standing in the particular physical spot of the grasslands, marked by a dusty, crumbled old map, of which Madrix had discovered and retrieved from one of the old burial mounds of the Romacelts, and ancient ancestors to the Plufalongs. Gunnar the warrior would stand in relative positioning, which would be at large currents of swift traveling energies from higher realms. Gunnar the warrior would struggle with his best effort and interest to succeed through the gateway and enter into the dark locked channel of Solomok, the tyrannical source of dark, stormy nights. Unable to do so, succeeding not into the sorcerer's legendary story, Gunnar the unabashed warrior headed further west into the land of Rugian desert and heat, an arid, dry heat, seeking the rare ruby jewel of Aliakmon, that of which would glow in energy upon waking states to heights of distant realms, that the gleaming jewel would lend a numbering power of mana to the meditation, enabling Gunnar the concentrated succession to the locked and barred channel that of which Solomok the sorcerer, his castle and fields, and Masilla the princess resided in. Upon his 10th day of wandering search, deep in a lost crypt, fighting in hand the great companion Smoter, great sword of steel, upon a pit of giant writhing snakes, and upon upon a molding old stone carving of a mysterious desert god of fire and crocodile, the jewel of Aliakmon gleamed. It would be the most beautiful gleam a jewel would appear to Gunnar, and that he grabbed it from the eye sockets, made escape from the pit and the snakes on his quick and lightning fast feet, and said he would then return to the Plufalok's southern grassland spot of looming sorcerer energy. Upon Gunnar the journeyers returning to the spot, all was calm, that he concentrated so fiercely and so intently that the jewel gleamed brighter than the radiating light from the sun, and Gunnar would succeed into the realm quicker than a mortal man could say so, that he would be in his warrior spirit upon the hazy magic fields of the dark castle, of which where Solomok the dark sorcerer resided, that all the fields were false in their cheeriness and sunlight. The maidens Yukia, Wukia, Vadia, and Madia would come out to greet Gunnar the realm traveler. He felt of their senses beauty, soft, supple skins, beautiful balsams, lips, sweetness, but he was wroth into the deception, proceeded to slaughter the fire witches by Smoter, sword of glimmering power and lightning. And after the massacre, he would head into the portal of dark, stormy castle of Solomok, of which where Masilla, beautiful princess of Isgantia at the distant north, resided. All that there remained was Solomok, tyrant trickster, and destroying impending Gunnar's purpose to become her one-loved hero, ascending the notable and winding Solomok's castle tower staircase, reaching the pinnacle of passion, and thrusting his will into such a hollow cavity as Solomok's heart, Gunnar, great warrior of lands and peoples, would intercept the princess, sublime and beautiful, and kiss her in such a masculine strength that the princess would blush for such a righteous and triumphant hero as Gunnar the warrior. In the moment of Solomok's vanquishing, Mushlunia, redeeming goddess of universal lands and consciousness, Gunnar the warrior's spiritual mother, would release her ethereal wisdom, opening a macrocosmos of entreating Solomok's black and saturnine will, and propelling his spirit forward into a white, shining abyss of maturing holistic justice, of which the cruel Solomok would cringe in painful wrath, vain and overcoming all, and no struggle at all. That the darkened realm of Solomok would be absolved, returning Gunnar the brave, Verland, open steppes, Masilla the beautiful of Isgantia, mountain fjords, into phenomenal realms of physical, passionate being. That there should be a swearing of love and matrimony to no other, and that a long journey in which Gunnar the hero would carry Masilla, the rescued princess, in his mighty arms across the vast stretches of the central steppes and savannas of his wilderness, together as one, in an intimate personal existence, all to enter into the high, majestic, frost-shimmering, ice-glistening fjords and mountain valleys of the northern scapes, and return Masilla the princess back to Vala, king of Sanctamont, castle northern fighters and drudges, at the chamber of the high-esteemed throne room, where the king would sit majestically, and that the amulet of Scylla, talisman of seals of the revered Teuton Grail, would glow in bright ecstasy. Guards of Sanctamont Hall, the Grail, would rush into Vala the king's chambers, shout excitedly to Vala, high positioning of majesty of the throne, that the Grail of the ancient Teutons, ancestors of Isgantian northern folks, had once reappeared from a mystical vortex, would be restored in sanctity, That knowledge would, in fact, be rescued by the might and truth of Gunnar, warrior of Verland, fighter, adventurer, builder of strength, muscular appropriation, giant stature, when true judgment be the hero of time. And so there was rejoicing at the north. A great feasting would be held for 88 days of chicken roasts, egg meals, bread pies, brewing ales, and treasuring red wines. That Gunnar, the traveling hero, would be declared Prince of Viscantia. That an occurring wedding ceremony would take place in the hall of Sanctamont, the castle. But none was Gunnar's feeling. He would lay an adventure, wandering open steps in his cherished Verland. So there was a great woe and sorrow throughout the Scantia kingdom. Messilla the princess knelt under Gunnar's towering frame, clutching his giant hand in goodbye and farewell of his knowing. Gunnar the wiser left the Scantia kingdom of northern sun, upon leaving to Messilla the sorrowful, Gunnar the dutiful necklace of Gaunia. His memory of love, his fate of becoming free, and destiny of mortality, so that she would call his spirit upon memory, that he would swear allegiance to Uranus, goddess of immortal attainments, and that he would forever seek her celestial cosmos in his unconscious wandering, in pursuance of release of his will into cosmic channels of high energy and existence. And all was rejoicing about her reception of Gaunia, the necklace. Gunnar would depart from Scylla the princess and the Scantian people more joyfully, righteous than ever. In that Vala the king and the northern folk would rest their will peacefully, knowing that his worthing choice would save him from creating suffering, and that he would be free, doing as he would, crushing his enemy, the whispering wind blowing at his hair, fleeing among the vast steppes, upon a silver stallion of grace, agility. Medric the wizard regained one last time his crystal ball of fortune, before his reaper's call of death, knowing that knowledge had been exercised truthfully, persisting in proper accordance throughout the lands of Gunnar's wandering, the realms of locked and unlocked consciousness. The end has came. September 25, 27. Virgwa, sage of Waccoxia, concept. Virgwa, descendant of Waccoxian folk, 7th generation sage of Waccoxia's ancient knowledge, resting deep in green Lantea, the southeastern woodlands, wonder, Mishkia, for the spiritual reward of Wusulia, archetypal conceiver, the 7 mystic chains, the wise, humble, Waccoxian forest folk, tall, sharp, majestic, thin, deep and bedouin, belonging to magic huts of pine, leaf, mushroom, fungus, that were livestock, chicken and pig, and vegetable, cabbage and potato, so on, would grow plump and ripe accordingly. Delicious Zakmar pork and cheese meals would be arranged on oaken tables for gatherings of families, and a cherished dirt field between the growth openings of the coniferous, mysterious wood, and that Virgo, the sage of Waccoxia, decided on embarking from his cozy Makishtan hut. It would longly search in vain for his visionary physical attainments of godmother Patsulia, that what just began would end only after years of struggling discovery, and Budaba, Verland's mystic ancient spell. September 26, 27. Statement of justice. It is always so relieving to know people would be concerned about me, having me in their thoughts. I would like it to be known that I'm a very deep, slow-moving person, as a product of a horrifying childhood and strong mind. Sometimes being in an atmosphere a bit too quick, thoughtful, and superficial will have me wandering in my passions, and senses will distract upon furthering away to distant fields, subjects, interests, findings of contention. I've made notes that the external bodies and minds composing majorly of their collection within my particular region of land do in fact have a characteristic distinct, a blending grammatically and poetically that of which they subconsciously will with that of what they so-called reactively, morally, and negatively think, and that I would be all the more confused, and my extrasensory dialectics would become very malfunctionable in connection with the crazies, half and halves, disinterests, and that a disinterest with the disinteresting lives would become my objective, leave to the void a drowsy, disillusioning spirit. Currently there's a grim reality beholding my soul, a monetary fate, a disabling struggle, and that such a burden would couple me with only more than excess of fear, eccentricity, solitude, and absorption into internal states of personal reflection when approaching something so trivial and immature as lofty intellectual chit-chat. I can only sail onward and know my destiny, meaning, and truth. September 28, 27. A cutting temptation. You pity your master? Now I hear many victory songs of the slave. Meekly would go the lightning back to the clouds. But I am the one immortal. September 28, 2007. Please, will you get out of my coffin? September 30, 2007. Voda'at. Testament 11. One of the 3 recordings that's from August of 26 until now, which I am residually pleased to hear in its turnout. In regards to everything, from production, quality, expressive deliverance, bombacity, the gods are storming. The definitive recordings of up-to-date, true expressive playing remaining vacant, mysterious, and unbegun. Only time will give finally a credence of acknowledging a primary original recording, most logically at the college, and that I cannot wait. September 30, 2007. Messenger of life. I'm just expecting my future to entreat into a state of homelessness and loss of all greater possessions. That is until I am approved as a beneficiary to Social Security, would begin immediately earning of money. First time since October of 2006. There's even a chance of being denied the application to that. One process will take 3 to 4 months of waiting time to approve or deny. In the meantime, I could only look for a simple personal job to create an additional money to spend on bills, food, and rent. Things are so realistic for me now that I'm practically living in a total dream world and shrugging off all sense of pain, calling from this grim truth of harsh, homeless living. September 30, 2007. Phrases. Method. Forced music. Total non-existent war. Total non-existence, war and love, etc. would be buried by time and dust. Would not be attempted, duplicated, or attained again honestly by the increasingly mature and subjectively reserved state of the spirit. If ever a chance to do so, to read Tale of Gunnar, the story of which would come close to definitive menagerie of what I would have written on my account of philosophy and exoteric literary interests. Having a rent to pay next month, without the amount of money to pay, apparently Ruth from Palomar would be lending me some money, as well as my mother, even my father, though this will not be much. This will not be much, and will get me by an additional month. Looking for a job is one of the things I'm doing. Music accompanying searches and such, and Social Security is taking many months to accept me. There are possibilities I may be living on the streets beginning the next months, in my car, in homeless shelters, if things do not get squared away in time. Disability benefits, part-time job, home with cheaper rent. Alas, I will expect that all victories go well. Hail the blood-red sun. Late September 27. Entering of the tyrants into the realm of life and slumber. There would be, in a particular occasion, specific that of my own, that where there would be an existence of which would consist of an awakening, a sudden breaking into a dark thunderstorm, a magical philosophical mountain peak appearing into the middle of peace and love upon a top blackened castle, that all habitat and coexistence would be forced settle, fine and harmonizing, and from there it would hurtle from the abyss into the awakening, that of a destruction of dreams, dying of secure immortality, denial of benevolent fate and of existential destiny. This arousal of the senses would conjure the archetype of the tyrannical trickster, sorcerer, monster, villain, destroyer of slumber and harmonies, where the family would in disinteresting laughter, spirit, and jovial carelessness suddenly grow stern and serious with this fate of a new impending doom. The mother of intellect, wisdom, and warmth would then be swiped from her diamond, crystal, and jewel throne and rolling high onto the ascending mountain turf behind the saddle of the envious villain, upon the horse of dark travels, where at the castle she would be kept for games and tricks, awaiting rescue by the healthful ability of her offspring, the loyal, disillusioning warrior's son. He would go for her as a strong hero and rescuer, and strong for that the envious monster confining her would be a man grown of his will, strength, and deceptions, so that the warrior's son would coldly refine his spirit, his duty, his meaning to equate with, contest, and compete ably with that of the evil darkness, and to win her beauty back to the graceful throne of the originating father, king of harmonious and royal family. That this narrative and life concept would become so applicable to that of my own, that in such a special regard to my family, to spatial connective community, that there would also apply, so that a true need to be strong would elementally confound itself in battling in blood avenging the champion power, snickery, turmoil, pain, reality, so that a shedding away from this misplaced, undoubtedly temporary consciousness would happen, and that a longly wished restoration of family and folk would occur again in peace, harmony, and true love, even that a convenience of joviality, carelessness, disinterest, and laughter could finally for once occur yet again, truthfully and righteously. September 30, 27. October 1, 27. Finally, I went down to do a photo session that would in fact turn out to be one of the few and only decent ones, and of the only satisfactory promos that I have accomplished since that of September 26. The results would turn out outstanding, in which only a problem for ranking this photo session would keep it from its utmost extreme. No boots, Ha! I'd be wearing normal black sneakers. In vain that I'd be so extremely used to the miserly photos I would take from most of 2007, that of which would never give a chance at angling correctly and getting a visible position for the boots to fit in. Discounting the Hodges Lake photography of June 27 as mere careless, unofficial outfits, this would be a first-time full-body photo shoot from December of 26, back in the era of adventure, force quests, magnanimous ideas, and apprentice body training, consumption, fitness, and building. Distant chatter. My recordings are mysterious. I would like to refer to myself as a mysterious and mystical person. October 2, 2007. I ventured into the grave of pain. October 3, 2007. So, my love, will you cross the abyss with me? October 3, 2007. Developing more of Gunnar's world. I went on journey to Vassala, mermaid goddess of the Arcanic waters, closing by the shores of cold northeastern seas. Blue and green waters would swirl in whirlpools. Skies would be dim and foggy. Lightning would form. There would be no land life within much of a diameter of the coasts, and far into the stretches of the expanse would be a mythical, highly rumored giant whirling pool of rushing circular currents, guarded by Thrastra, sky god of jealousy, wrath, and lightning. The mega deadly, inescapable whirlpool would be winding in enormous spirals down into a chasm of calm nothingness, serene and peaceful, halabada, but the edges of the abyss grounds would be so titanic a boundary, gateway to the safe house, and jealous guardian of Icelandic peace, that no mortal would survive its pulse-pounding rushings. There would even be rumored the most pretty sea nymph beheld in the eye of the storm, with the maelstrom of Thrastra, and she would be protecting with her golden fork, freezing magic. They are the most gleaming and beautiful of all lost golden treasures. But that I went on journey to the mother fair goddess of the sea of Arctania. I was indeed Uther, human warrior of the grasslands, an adventurer, brother of legendary Gunnar, descendant of Verland wanderers. The central step, in my entrance to the aquatic realms, was struck by secretly known Hadescurian formations into breathable water elements, forces capable of wading through deep seas, by Bishkian magic, power of wisdom rooms, foretold by magic's knowledge, sage Wakoxia, the deep southeastern conference. So began my greeting down under the sea, into the blue mystical throne room of Neptunva, surrounded by the underwater kingdom, home to the mighty sea mermaids known as the Varabnians. October 3, 2007. Love by fire and ice. Corn zones void. All would be black. Amid a gleaming divinity. 3 stars, on pentacle linings, definitive lives within. Fire and water, air and earth, bonded by love, motion's will, guarding by Bab-at-Lawn, arranged in triangle, peak as height, base as will, tones glistening, serene, choir of Swasrella, throughout dimension, heard in form by evoked spirits of the universe. Within infinity, blood, Aris's grail is raised, seeker of God's wisdom, shroud by practitioner, Master Terion, where has gone my being? Thrusted as a spear, Parsifal's redemption, life, memory, love equals bread, lost rings of Sauron, gathered by Odin's hero. Speak my name, O ancient ones. October 3, 2007. Roots of the mind. A great wondering of the idea that I, Adam Patrick Kopecky, would be born into a luxurious near estate home, to grow and become older, particularly in youth, and in downsizing mansions over time successfully into mere suburban single-story yardless homes of grand lackings that are defining my being with an extreme innumerable casings of inhibitions to foods, medicine, and such, by biological inabilities, or even by placements beyond the descendings of those primal matters, peanuts, fish, eggs, oils, the long struggling asthmatic, conjunctivitis, and eczema conditions, so that the true roots to my extreme internal state would be forged by way of desire to respect and relief to pride, by unique and specializing differences from among the herds. Regardless, there would be even more additional impending environmental causal factors, that so the idea of inheriting my father's mental and intellectual strength through genetics would be so played. October 4, 27. Fate and language. It is my inevitable destiny that if I were to die suddenly and hence reveal my spirit to the overworlds of Elohim, that I, in my energetic force of the spirit, would be so unbreakably united and bound up in the notable strength of conceptual portraying arts, interesting representations by poetic and intellectual symbolisms, that all affirming in the towering grasp of the knowledgeable strong, that even my will would for once be the first time expanded into a post-physical phenomenological advancement of weight, density, mass, and depth, to be desired and intended throughout the course of this phenomenal life of that of my very own, and I'm not forgetting all subjective ideas and concepts, flowing harmoniously from within this inner nebulous of unwavering, endless, flowing expanse. All my words, phrases, and concepts and such, the literal language would begin to be chosen, carefully articulated in the direction that would greatly suit my deepest desire, rising in clarity that most of the effects is these difficult, delusioning decisions would create a form of ideas, floating infinitely in a loose collection of deepest and truest utilization by effects of all the English tongues and languages, most logical and sensible resources. All the utmost impressions and attractions made as a consequence of my becoming experiences through life, and all its occasions of disrespect, uninterests, failures in establishing urns and reputable statuses, and to say these literal langual efforts goes as far as would allow from the particular finite realm of methodological concepts in the extent of its common reason of habitation and moderation be so laudable, yet the bounds of it are in essence subject to expansion and original creation. October 4, 2007. Not for anyone am I doing this writing for. It is clear to me now that I will be doing these activities, these time-consuming writings, photographs, etc., all for myself, and will receive little, if any, correspondence. For that I despise the modern man even more, that new anti-phallus, non-creating gimp. Humanism, choose love or hate. Stop the madness. October 5, 2007. Death by hyperpost will, reciprocating intellectual reaction. Apparently I'm not splattered red enough from the Christian's blood. My will rests among the ancients. There exists now only the secondary clowns, jokers, and empty-willed broadheads. An individual will, haplessly, ill-fatedly, and purposely drifting, born in a lifetime able to connect in love with only his own mind. Another negation comes. The sword is unsheathed, and organs cling to it from the modern. War, fighting, and struggling among a massive sweltering herd of cowards, pretenders, forgetters, deniers, nobodies, and intellectual lunatics. No, and again no. Seize the day! October 5, 2007. The conception of the shell. October 6, 2007. Notes. Some of the rare writings, particularly song titles and concepts for poems, of the little remaining Gore literature that I would have written, would be presented here. Some of my most authentic and medievally inquisitive nightmare visions that I would have taken into effort as effects of a competed mind struggling to overcome strengths almost impossible to contest at such a time during my age of late 15, in general 16. The interest would in knowledge be sole attempts, the very few and limited resources I had acquired at the time, once stemming mostly from more extreme mortification concepts, vomitorial corpulence song titles, even skimming by some Cannibal Corpse song titles during the occasional family visit to the record store, that all of this would have an influence on my extreme Christian soul, and that this inspiration would be very externally limited from the outside world, and in truth very original and creative brutality, later exhausting its resources to its utmost extreme, musical ideas likewise, the literature exhausted, which would be predictable and evidenced by the time the song title Z to dysencephaloglycosis and anesthesic hypermetamorphosis would be written. Many of these song titles had been once a part of, would be taken into being written and actually arranged into poems. These particular poems would be mostly by extreme and unique free verse. It would be mentioned that the much later stages of my literature career would contain much more simplistic and mediocritized death poetry, utilizing strict verse. This more mature and average era would be around late 2003 and general 2004. But that these poems of extreme gore would be the pinnacle and archetypal source to my complete shell mentality from the times of post-Broad Horizons treatment facilities, October 2002 until September 2006, worrying beyond belief into keeping safe from additional institutionalization, we're living in environments that would foster exactly these psychotic things. Some of the early song titles, particularly from the first 3 album concepts, gore, elemental, anathematization, cyclothemic, dipsomaniacal, dementia, homicide, would utilize fragments of lost poems stemming from and written during my stay at the Broad Horizons facility, in sake of never to be again nostalgia, lost memories of the most conceptive youthful era and stage of my gore literature and poetry writings. Transmogrification, gore elemental, September 2002. 1. Tartarian introduction. 2. Feskening. 3. Extestuation. Note these words. Feskening, extestuation would be a couple of the remaining fragments from one of the most intense parts of one of my particularly favorited and lost confiscated poetry efforts. Post-rigor mortis brain seizure of decapitated twitching corpse. 4. Mace-inflicted skull decapitation. Note, clear influence from vomitorial corpulence. Hammer-inflicted brain seizure and hemorrhaging cranial cessation. 5. Supreme spondylolisthesis. Note taken from one of my most pathologically extreme Broad Horizons era poems, that of which its full title of the poem would later be elaborated on the album concept to cyclothemic dipsomaniacal dementia homicide, November 2002. 6. Ultimate fetal deformation. 5. Chopped up androgyne. Note spawning from interest in extreme bizarrities, such as hermaphrodites, penis and vagina entities, faceless anomalies, and such. 8. Blood-splattered chainsaw. Note interest in the chainsaw weapon featured in the Doom 64 video game. 9. Extreme pogrom. Note religious interests, inquisitors, streets of rushing, pounding, pitchfork-carrying, fanatically maddened villagers. 10. Uterine cannibalism. Note inspiration drawing from mortician's extrauterine pregnancy. 11. Sword-inflicted guillotine decapitation. Note again, hammer-inflicted brain seizure, vomitorial corpulence. One of the first, if not the original true gore song title I would come across as an illusory adolescent, just getting into the extreme realms of hardcore and comparable metal. 12. Point of obfuscation. No interest in pathology where the corpse would be so mutilated that it would be beyond recognition or familiar abilities. 13. Oceans of Viscera. 14. Lethal paroxysm. 15. Hacksaw contortion. 16. Quietus cadaverous asylum. Note the title of the third truly original gore poem I would have written during the middle of my stay at Broad Horizons, purchasing during a weekend pass to my home and family, coming back, listening, experiencing Mortification's best of 5 years album, in this case while regarding the extreme musical influence this album would exert on me, but attending to the song titles, album artwork, including from all Mystic, Rare, and Hazily, heard of early albums, photos shoots of Mortification, that of which a particular shot of Michael Carlyle donning a trench coat would be my sole decisive factor of inspiration to saving up and heading out and purchasing the infamous floor-length trench coat from the Tal Mall Center, of which I would wear to high school and such. The article of clothing that would be the generative aspiration of gaining respect to powerful, unique individual representations. For there would, through days and time from my sophomore year and early junior year at high school, be an increasing response of character judgments and critiques and criticism for my longly respectable look, cycling a rotation of mine into developing my wearing art to even the state it is as of now. 17. Post-rigor mortis brain seizure of decapitated twitching corpse. Notes, the contents of this poem now lost would be read at the Broad Horizons community meeting early 2002, the inspiration of the week. It would be cut off. I would be short of completing it during halfway into the poem when the lines scurrilous exequial discombobulation decapitation would be read. After the group meetings, personal cheers from various villagers would receive. 18. Transient ischemic attack. 9. Atherosclerosis. 20. Severe cerebral hemorrhage. 21. Ultra extra-linked lymphoproliferative syndrome. Note these concepts from the previous 4 song titles would be fragments of lost poem written as medical take on hearts, attacks, blood hemorrhages and such, written shortly after a prolonged study from a college encyclopedia based on medical courses, symptoms, treatments of bodily conditions, and so on. I would study in my spare time lessons on knowledge of the heart. As a doctor, employ my recently grasped knowledge of the poems entitled Ballistic Duchenne Muscular Dystrophy of Grand Mal Blood Hemorrhage while undergoing 12-hour surgery process, and Transient Ischemic Attack following severe cerebral hemorrhage while having sudden atherosclerosis. These 2 poems would be engraved in immortality during this cyclothemic dipsomaniacal dementia homicide song title writings, which majorly large amounts of the lost poems from Broad Horizons would be etched down upon to retain in memory and store for life's nostalgia. 22. Self-amputated penis. 23. Electrocutional epileptic spasm seizure of cranial gestation. Note, inspiration drawing from seizures of which I would temporarily experience during Broad Horizons school classes. The high school would be the source of my mysterious schooling during 9th grade, which my friends for the outs had so longly wondered at my disappearance, but that perhaps a malfunctioning medication adjustments would cause, or even the California blackouts my friends and I at war would do to ourselves, and of which the practice where I would take with me to my transfer to Broad Horizons were extreme hyperventilation, followed by a large intake of breath and holding of it and pushing of the muscular system would occur, causing blackouts, but as well a highly interesting dream state, lapse of consciousness, death of brain cells, and awakening to states of laughter and ecstasy. The dreams during the blackouts would be nearly all the time lost and forgotten upon awakening. 24. Fickle, devouring, gastrointestinal maggot worms. 25. Unconscionable, amorphous lycanthropy, regurgitation, corpulence. 26. Vile, pestiferous maggot vociferation. 27. Spontaneous discharge of embryo. 28. Living animal put in microwave. 29. Gore elemental. 13. Tartarian exit. Transmogrification and thematization. Mid-October 2002. 1. Crucible pentagram infiltration establishment. Note, influence taken from earlier works of song titles, song concepts, titles, and artwork. During pre-war Broad Horizons, probably 2001, probably 2000, early 2001. Concepted band's name at the time, Diagram Nest, where I would create an album entitling something reminiscent of early satanic inspirations. The artwork extreme in flames, roasting body parts, crosses, and symbolistic imageries. The song titles would be similar to just as this. The opening title track to the end of thematization. 2. Steamroller incident caused pancake imitation on person. 3. Putrid scum trash mutilation. Note this title would be refined upon this entry from the original title. 4. Explosion concussion grenades on 5 billion people. 5. Absolute cacodixical acidity. 6. Bone excursion surgery. 7. Hammered butchered to death. 8. Maggot ejaculation through penis. 9. Taken to Mount Everest and pushed off summit. Note, I would always be drawing to my earliest stage of youth, tall encapsulating towers, poles, structures, figures, and such. I now find it as an outlook to glowing phallic triumphant energy. 10. Taken to bottom of ocean and submersible and forced exiting into water. 11. Thrown into cage of hungry gorillas. 12. Injected with 2 million parasites. 13. Imploded with atomic radiation. 14. The gouging and eating of eyeballs. 15. The devouring of an obese man in 15. Devouring of an obese man in 24 hours. 16. Train wreck. Note, inspiration for earlier visits to websites such as rotten.com and ogrish.com, viewing sickly pictures of things such as this. 17. Blue whale dropped into specialized meat grinder. Note, inspiration from a cattle decapitation idea for the To Serve Man album. These early transmogrification album concepts would be written down during the time I would once more visit the local record store right after maybe a month since my release from Broad Horizons of late 2002, and of which I would purchase my first 2 true secular death metal albums, Cannibal Corpse's Bloodthirst and Cattle Decapitation's To Serve Man. All the while, my mother and I would be discussing with each other, and I would be keeping her informed of my desires to attempt more secular extreme death metal. Noted by these 2 CDs, I would sit down, listen to the albums, read the lyrics, become nauseated by its extremity, feeling that I would not be ready for them, and I desired them to be sold and gone from my possessions. I would later reflect upon this and grow even more interested in knowing true death metal. 18. Sexual engulfing of a supermodel. 19. Monkey wrench murder. 20. Brutal genocide of humans. Note, again, the title refined. 21. Chainsaw contortion and skin splintered morbidity. 22. Enervated, exenterated, adumbrated, castigated. 23. Incubus cacodemon discombobulation. Note, cacodemon, more inspiration taken from Doom 64. 24. Serious mortiferous dissecatory intensity. 25. Butcher mutilation remix. Note, butcher mutilation would be one of my long-time favorite mortification tracks. I will occasionally listen to the song to this day. 26. Gut disgorgement of intestinal tract. 27. Condemned and sentenced to starvation. 28. Jackhammer slaughter of eviscerated viscera. 29. Corpulence disruption then to castration. 13. Swimming in oceans and oceans of guts and gore. 39. Ultimate total supreme anathematization. Transmogrifications. Cyclothemic diplomatical dimensional homicide. November 2002. 1. Living animal put in microwave that led by horrendous torso amputation of a child, then force-fed roadkill while being beaten severely by leaden pipe. Note from one of my most extreme poems. The set written during my stay at Broad Horizons. This set would be taken home with me to my mother's, the time I would live with my father, after catastrophic fighting with the stepfather, unable to continue existing with him, and upon moving to my father's place. There would be times of the most extreme struggle to sustain myself from additional rest and sending to treatment facilities. Fightings with my father would occur out of mutual misunderstanding and incomprehension of each other's positionings, and upon hearing of a dispatching police officer to arrive and knock on the front door, coming in to search my room, finding all the horrible, violent sins I would be collecting and creating, I would not see this to happen and would rip up all of my longly cherished and held dearly poems and flush the papers down a house toilet, clogging it in all its sickly corrosiveness, in addition to my troubles, but nonetheless I would not be arrested after the officer's inspections, to ballistic Duchenne muscular dystrophy of grand blood hemorrhage while undergoing 12-hour surgery process. 3. Transient ischemic attack following severe cerebral hemorrhage while having sudden atherosclerosis. 4. Ice-picked, skin-splintered, morbid, mutilated, cannibalistic metamorphosis, charred in a furnace, decapitated, fed to gorillas, grinded by a chainsaw, bashed relentlessly by blood-drenched hammer. Note, one of the most graphic and elaborated poems I would write down during the set from Broad Horizons early 2002. There would be around a little more than a dozen of these actual lost, originative, and archetypal first poems. 5. Supreme spirochetate spondylolisthesis tetrahydroamino aminoacridinate fetal prenatal fibrodynamical Janssen clover gem fibrosol heart palpitational hemorrhagic electrocutional epileptic spasm seizure cranial-gestational familial hypercholesterol ileomatic estrogenetical gastrointestinal disformation disorder. Note, the most technical of the set, utilizing incredibly rustic and archaic medical dictionaries and a huge encyclopedic text found within Village Cottage, thousands of pages of outdated Victorian or medical pathological terms and definitions. 6. Uterus excitation disembowelment, a spontaneously discharged fetus, so disturbing cryptogram exorbitation had fetus animalistically sucking on genitals, arms, ripping and squeezing chunks of his brain out to its softened head. Note this would be among the set from one of the first written after the stay of Broad Horizons, upon the retreat to my mother's home. 7. Nitric acid, combustion of ammonia in a catalyst causing nitrogen monoxide endothermia of reactant ions asphyxiation resulting in NH3 plus O2 over to NO plus H2O, producing animalistic catabolic cravings. Note from one of the second age poems written, chemistry inspirations from high school textbooks on science and such, part of my repertoire to be learned for the original numerous grueling schedule of classes to be taken, of which the particular chemistry class would end in failure of efficient grading. Likewise, many of the classes would be too competitive and quick-paced to be understood by my own during my sophomore year and as the first year of public high schooling. Nonetheless, the chemical subject matter would yield tremendous inspiration. 8. Shoved face first into decapitated cow's neck. 9. Locked in freezer, later mistaken as meat. 10. Nailed on a railroad track. 11. Thrown to ground and jackhammered to death. 12. Hypoxia or epileptic clonic tumultuous spasm with agitated status epilepticus spasmodic post-epileptic automatism. 13. Shalt thy corpse be grinded to meat, and thine angels of deity be hungrily fed with human belly. Transmogrification, intracranial, subscapulated, optical, vestibular, clerical, glossovergeal discision. December 2002. 1. Coronary thrombosis, a patient with arterial sclerosis. Note these song titles would be among the archetypal concepts inspired from the band Discord from Mexico, from most extreme intense death metal band in the world. Said around this time I would be getting into very extreme and offensive secular death metal, and drawing inspiration from the likes of it, where many of the gore grind bands would do such a thing. They would likewise utilize a medical dictionary to draw terminologies and words to arrange the lyrics and titles, traveling to the town's public library to find a book suitable to do just this. 2. Thoracervical trunk removal and brachiocephalic injury. 3. Chronic abscess growth on brain and pituitary expulsion. 4. Uncus hippocampal sulcus, paracentral globule, supraorbital sulcus, precuneus, cuneus, calcareous sulcus, lingual gyrus removal, subarachnoid hemorrhage. 5. Foramen ovale, fossa ovalis, and septic hematotic neoplasm. 6. Hypertrophy, dilation, and tumorous pericarditis. 7. Posterior duodenal ulcer, carcinoma of the pancreas, and ultimate prolapse of the womb. 8. Rickettsia prozeki, infestation of infected lice. 9. Respiratory bronchial alveolar duct, atrium, aerosacule, and alveolus inflammation causing immediate asphyxiation. 10. Tumorous bulk of interlobular bile duct commencing in nubular network of intercellular bile connectivity within the lobule. 11. Phthalidazole, sucthalidazole, and sulfathiodamine overdose for dysentery causing massive diarrhea, causing perpetual dehydration, causing death. 12. Fatty fibroid cirrhosis, calcareous concretions, Waukesha colloid, and mucoid degeneration. 13. Thoracic, lumbar, cervical vertebrae, radius, humerus, femur, tibia, and tarsus disarticulation. 14. Falciform ligaments, gallbladder, caecum, umbilicus, transverse colon, stomach, liver, and xiphoid extraction. 15. The tearing, ripping of the coiliac, cervical, common iliac, femoral, nephedial, anterior tibial, and spermatic arteries. 16. Genital infliction of gonorrhea, syphilis, urethritis, cancroid, trichomoniasis, candidiasis, and condyloma. 17. Adenocarcinoma, sarcoma, and epithelioma tumor. 18. Involuntary control of seizuring striated muscle, dorsal spinous cerebellar, ventral corticospinal, ventral spinal thalamic, rubricospinal, and lateral corticospinal tracts. Transmogrification, 666 beats per minute. January 2003. 1. Roasted, toasted, oven-baked Satanists. 1. Roasted, toasted, oven-baked Satanists. Note, this era of literature would be the final time I would ever venture into the realm of Christianity. At the age of 15, ever sparsely into early 16, this era would carry with its weight all of the hard-learned secular knowledge for the recent death metal and gore grind inspirations and learnings. And so, in this consequence, there would be of Christian mentality so extreme and intolerant than ever known in my life before. 2. Satanist lit on fire and exploded into flames. 3. Grind those evil demons into a pulp. 4. Crucified limbs on a cross. 5. Mangled into soup. 6. Throw that anarchist on those cacti. 7. Barbaric cannibalistic rage on the evil. 8. Shredded, gutted Buddhist idol worshipper. 9. Taken hostage, castrated on command. 10. Emasculation of all pessimists. 11. Female witch taken and eaten alive by Christian cannibals. 12. The evisceration and discombobulation of the gluttonous Satanists. 13. Crucifixion of a mangled satanic corpse. devoured in a pit of maggots. 14. Unlawful necroptic feast of satanic bodies in a chapel. 15. Abomination beyond human imagination. 16. Eaten by a Christian. 17. The righteous decapitation of Mephistopheles. 18. Squashed serpents, barbecued snakes. 19. Strip that flesh from that scum. 20. I'm sealed, you're marked. 21. Extermination of all religions. 22. Obese, gluttonous, pathetic, pitiful. 23. Devouring of the carnivorous meat eaters. 24. Drink the blood and eat the flesh of him. 25. Revolutionary killing spree in all prison cells. 26. Holocaust proclamation on all religious followers. 27. The beast will get you unless you turn. 28. Fireproof golden 28. Fireproof golden crosses. 29. The burden of churches was burnt on the altar. 30. Intracranial subscapular optical vestibular clerical glossopharyngeal discision. 31. Cyclothemic dipsomaniacal dementia homicide. 32. Anathematization. 33. Gore elemental. Transmogrification, encephalicosis, and encephalic hypermetamorphosis. January 23. 1. Integumentary abscess, boil, and cyst discharge, seeping out of cranial flesh and torso, and causing festering pus pool slime to enter the esophagus, nasal cavity, ear canal, and anus to infiltrate and clog all bodily functions and systems to cause slow and agonizing death. 2. Digestion of yolk sac and fetus and forced regurgitation. 3. Mammalothalamic trunk and fasciculus lenticularis seizure and core spasm causing grand mal seizure. 4. Glomerulonephritis and nephrotic syndrome and tubular necrosis chloride transport and renal water excretion disorder and antidiuretic hormone secretion. 5. Glossocular encephalo exoenteologic dessecatory autoblast ester electrectomy. 6. Endocrinicular vesiculatorily encephalogical compartmentalization graphic juxtaposition. 7. Pus explosion and vaginal embryonic abscess and gastrointestinal hyperflatulence secretions. 8. Dirobocarboxylation diffusion removal of enzymatic CO2 from carboxyl group COOH and organic acid combustion. 9. Heptoglobinular infestation of egg-devouring and blood-consuming giant worm-like creatures in urethra and uterus of female torsos. 10. Somatic gangrenous eukaryotic decomposing mutilation of castrated, exenteriated, adumbrated, emasculated, decapitated, discombobulated corpses. 11. Anti-consolidated liquid mass gut-stirring churning machine and transcutaneous visceral ejaculation. 12. Organic intercalated hypertrophic jam spew with mucus lymph purging and vomitory stench. 13. God rules over this vasoactive, compost-destructive, stomach-grinding, intestinal barfing, virulent, gut-flinging, defecatory slimeball mess. Period. Note, remnants of a dying will to faith, though mystically shrouded by occasional reminders and recollections of its interests. However minuscule this would be, that the future would yield to much varying interests, and carry not to such an intellect and a weakness known by and as Christianity. October 6, 2007. By 1, the universe becoming finite. In Crowley's case, wisdom came in the form of one of his texts, Liber os abysmi val da'at, subfigurat CDLXXIV, being the complete title of the work. Crowley would state that 1. This book is the gate of the secret of the universe, and from there on would suggest that following the instructions one should to the study of Kant, Hume, Spencer, Huxley, Crowley, Hegel, the Buddhist suttas, and by the use of reason, consider the origin of the world, the origin of evil, infinity, the absolute, the ego and the non-ego, free will, destiny, and so on. Martin Eric Ain, October 2005. Adam Patrick Kopecki notes, and that the victories of knowledge would be of precise follow-ups and reasoning considerations to the death of governmental democratic states, debates of the low, discussions of confusion, lost and unattainable wisdom, blind thoughts, and away would go this searching, orders of blood and land through judging by divine understanding. October 7, 2007. Overcoming the word. It is of important note to know that the deeper man would go into the root of his core, the more he would be able to find his will in music, in speaking for him, aside from all sense of grammar, word, poetry, which would seem to be seen melting away in valueless superficiality. Schopenhauer go in his On Woman to make an even notable consideration of how woman behaves in the theatre or at operas and concerts, e.g. this childish unconcern with which she goes on chattering away during the most beautiful parts of the greatest masterpieces. through personal experience as a musician of sonic feeling and depth. The declaration of this antic would be seen affirmed in almost immediate recognizant consciousness. The solving of representations would be an excellent, near exact reflection of man, being so untroubled by his feats to triumph, war, victory, and energy, but who would be so hindered and burdened by the illness of woman's words, which in their logical and intellectual clarity would be unable to flow so loosely and with ease, for they are so wrapped up in the momentary present, almost completely without memory or imagination, would feel almost never the possibility of channels in sands of time rushing through the veins. If the so taken immortality, this state of being would be opened for capacities of transcending all grammar, currency, and mere representation, would rightfully have felt its honesty to power, knowledge, and harmony. That where words would trouble man's conscience for the near totality of his life would be only understandable, but that to know there would exist powers of reflection, effects of this, emboldenings of his memory, transcending the mere plays of words, which woman would be so masterly, so that through a small kernel of reward would joy session his day and give knowledge to greatness, and amalgamate his ability to transcendence from terminologies, morals, and rebuttals, when upon so indulgent in the dialectics between his will and the mind of his woman. October 7, 2007. The truest madness. The exoteric transliterary genius would just begin receiving for every will and every waking thought and dreaming reflection morals of negation, and intelligence's acceptance of his desirably silenced contrast, that the wisdom, deception, and lies would go so far as embedding its selfish, self-proclaimed stationing right in even the root of man's unconscious core. It is no wonder man would become prone to outbursts of virilic rage, deconstructions of such undesirable, representative, short-sighted speeches, in enumeration of his tally, in denial from his ever so repressed womanly conscience, brought upon by deeply mistaken logic and studied to uncover its meaning. This would go mostly for lands where woman would be given her unjust positioning and boost of public worth, delusional universal reception. There would be a precise reason why the Oriental man, among many other races, would be so great. October 8, 27.